yeah. Nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies, yeah.
Shout out to all you gentlemen and ladies. If you decide to be here in the building, this is Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders. One thing we often talk about on this channel, we help individuals find love across borders or love the borders that you cross. A lot of times we don't try to get too political on this channel. We try to focus on relocating to other countries without getting too involved in the politics of why. And yet and still, today's topic does have a political flair about it when it comes to the poorest white people in Africa. And why is President Trump having them shipped to the United States? We're talking about the same president that made the statement that he is going to no longer use DEI. That means diversity won't have to be used. Inclusion, don't have to worry about that. But yet and still, when it comes to whites who are poor, they don't have to have a background check, a criminal background check. They don't have to have a passport per se. All they have to be is white and poor and the descendants of the change of apartheid in South Africa. And that makes them eligible to be poor white refugees in the United States. At the same time, ICE is kicking in doors and incarcerating and deporting other individuals who have already been certified as being refugees of their countries. So I didn't know that the United States, there was a color ban on refugees, meaning that if you are brown or black, you cannot be a refugee in the United States. But if you are white, and this is not about racism, but it's about preference. And President Trump and his administration prefers to help his own instead of helping the world. We're going to look deeper into this because this happened just this past week, where all these refugees began the process of pouring into the United States. Trump actually sent his private planes to South Africa to get some of these refugees and bring them safely to the United States. Shout out to all you guys that are here that's going to be watching this live stream with your boy. Appreciate all of you being here this fine evening. Hope you guys are having a great evening. Shout out to all you guys that are in Theo's classes, group 6. Shout out to all of us mañana, group 6.5 tomorrow. So shout out to all you guys. Let me give a shout out right now as I get ready to get the music started with you guys. This is going to be a wild episode because even whites in South Africa are saying, we don't know why the president of the United States, Elon Musk, all those other billionaires from South Africa. I'm going to say this again. Elon Musk is the famous billionaire that Trump works with that's from South Africa. Trump actually works with three billionaires from South Africa in the United States. Musk is the only famous one. but there are actually 3 that are working behind the scenes, pulling the puppeteer strings of President Trump. So let's get started with some music. Let's, as we always do on this channel, some intro music. Shall we? Let's do this one right here. Let's do that one. Shout out to you guys that are here. Appreciate all you gentlemen that are here. Yes, sir. There we go. Something smooth tonight. Let's keep it smooth. There we go. All right, let's get started with the shout outs. Thank you guys in advance for subscribing to the channel, liking the channel, and sharing it on your Facebook page. All you got to do is just take the link, put it on your Facebook page, and let somebody else enjoy the information that we're going to be sharing tonight as well. Such as my man David Dice, always shows some love. Shout out to you, David, of the Dice family. He said, here we go again. Greatness is upon us. Yeah, a lot of guys didn't even know that this was taking place. A lot of us didn't even know that Trump actually snuck in white immigrants from South Africa. It's not on the major news headlines. It's not one of the biggest things that are out there. But one of the big things that's going on right now in the United States is, I'm going to say something. Y'all ready? I'm about to hurt your hearts. Do realize whites have gotten to the point where they don't care what black people think. They don't care. If I use the N-word, what are you going to do about it? If I take away equal rights on the job markets, what are you going to do about it? If I fire all the black admirals, generals, and such, what are you going to do about it? Whites are starting to discover that black people in the United States are nothing more than a huge, dark Rottweiler or pit bull or German Shepherd / Doberman Pinscher that snarls and barks and is humongous and strong, drools when it barks. Yes, and yet it's locked inside of the fence. That's black people in the United States. All bark, no bite. 40 years, 50 years, we could have done something even more after the civil rights movement. What did we do? Destroy the black family. They told us the way that whites become rich or stay rich: life insurance policies and property ownership. If you own some property, make sure you get a life insurance policy and a trust or a will. They've told us the game plan, and yet for 40, 50 years, we still got, if a black person dies in our family, in many cases, we got to put money together for the burial. And granddad sold that house long ago, so we no longer have property to share with each other. It's starting to turn around. A lot of black people are starting to wake up to it, but not enough. Not enough to where white people realize that we are no longer in power with our dollar. I'll say this again. There was a time when white people feared us because we had power with how we used our dollars. We could turn to each other. We didn't even have to go to white stores. We could always go to our own stores and use and vote with our dollars. Now, doesn't matter. Everything is for sale in the black community, including our souls, including our families, including our relationships. White people no longer fear using the N-word. Why should they? Instead of taking the 40 years, since 50 years, since the 80s, and abolishing that word through hip hop, we decided to market the word nigga. And we put it in every other song that we could find. So now we're surprised when we go to other countries and people greet us, hey, my nigga. And we have to correct them. But they don't know any better. It's not the white person in Poland is being racist. They don't know any better. It's not that the white person in Morocco is being racist. They don't know any better. We decided to take the word nigga and market it. We made millions off of it. And yet we still want to cry if we hear somebody in Asia use that word as a greeting towards us. They don't know any better because we didn't show them any different as black people. So now, fast forward, you have President Trump, his administration, getting rid of all signs of blackness in the White House, all signs of blackness in schools, and all signs of blackness when it comes to immigrants. And he'd rather bring in white immigrants from South Africa than to help any of the immigrants from Cuba, from Venezuela, from Central America, such as Honduras, such as El Salvador. If you're black and you're brown in the United States, they look at you now as a big dog with no bite. All bark, no bite. That's the United States of America today. Once again, tonight's topic is all about how President Trump is on a rescue mission to rescue as many whites from South Africa as possible. The descendants of apartheid, even though they still own 70+% of the land in South Africa, they are supposed to be considered refugees, even though whites in South Africa are saying that this is a lie. President Trump and Elon Musk and others have tried to make it seem like South Africa is an impoverished place for white people, and they're saying that that is not true. So even white people in South Africa are saying, we don't know what your racist president is talking about. There is no reason to have refugees of any race in South Africa. These are what the people are saying. Shout out to my man Kenny in the building as well. Appreciate you being here. Kenny says, I'll see poor white folks and heard about them more. Oh shit, these are Trump supporters. These weren't even people that supported Trump. They didn't know any better. They weren't here to vote. And yet Trump, somehow, some way, is looking out for his own people. What a surprise. Grumpy Old Man Media is in the building. He said they bring them to Idaho, yes, and they're bringing them to North Carolina. Absolutely correct. He said they're about to give these fools some farmland because these are farmers from South Africa. And in order to populate and bring back more white people into the United States, the birth rate since the 90s has gone down for white people. White people aren't having kids like they used to. So in order to keep power, think about all these interracial couples are coming now. You've got more of a Latin population in the United States. The black population is still doing this thing. And white folks are just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking in the population. So they got to do something about it. First thing they do is bring in as many white folks as they can. Second thing is convince enough light-skinned people that they're white too. Third thing that they're doing is convincing the Latin community that they're white. If you could get a community to worship you more than they care about themselves, you might as well have whites. Think about it. Trump didn't win just with the white vote. He won with what? The Latin vote. If he could convince Latin people that they're white too, it's just like having a white vote. That's all he had to do. He'd have to convince Latin people that they weren't Latin people. Trump convinced some blacks, but mostly Latins, to think that if they voted white, they were closer to the whiteness of the United States. How'd that work out, Latin people? I'm talking about all y'all that's watching me from jails and camps. All y'all that's watching me from a prison in another country, such as El Salvador, or they don't have any television there in that prison. How'd that work out for you, Latin people that's crying over your grandma got shipped out? How'd that work out for you? Latin people, I'm talking to you. Come on up here. Come to the front. How'd that work out for you? This is how much you're brainwashed, Latin people. If Trump was running for president mañana, tomorrow, you'd still vote for him. So all this crying that you're doing about the economy and ICE and black people should come together with Latin people, black people aren't buying it. Why? Because we know if that election was again mañana, you'd still vote for Trump. That's how much white people, they don't need everybody to be white. All they need is enough people to think that they're white. You see where I'm going with that? If I'm only a certain percentage of the white around the world, but if I can get enough people to be naive enough to think as if whatever they do, it brings them closer to whiteness, Asian people, talking to you too, East Indian people, you darker than we are. And yet, as long as they can convince you people from East India that you are white, and you flow and you move and you vote and you argue and you do all the things that white person would do. This is nothing against white people. It's just a reality check for other races. You aren't white, but as long as white people convince you that you can have everything that the whiteness has, as long as they keep that carrot in front of you, they don't need to have that many white people on the planet. That's why, hear me again, as I mentioned yesterday, only 7% of the planet is white. How is it that 7% of the planet is in control of most of the economy on the planet? Because they've convinced enough people that aren't white to contribute to whatever's going on as white people. In other words, support white businesses. Feel better if you go to a white school. Think that a white doctor is better than your own doctor. Open up businesses in black communities, but yet take that money and put it into white communities. Buy houses in suburbs that were created at one point in time for whites. Now they rushed us into the suburbs. Now they bought the houses back in the city where it's easier commute to work and to businesses. Now we have to drive the furthest to get to jobs and get to work and get the businesses. White people don't really, technically, white people don't have to grow their number. All they have to do is keep on convincing a certain amount of black people, a certain amount of Latin people, East Indian, Asian people, that they are getting closer to whiteness as long as they behave in a certain way politically. This has nothing to do with interracial relationships and marrying a black woman, marrying a white. I know sisters that's married to white dudes and still act like sisters all day long. This is not about interracial. This is about convincing a whole group. There's not enough interracial marriages to impact an election, but there are enough Latin people that if you convince them that they're white, there's enough Asian people. If you can convince them that they're white, there's enough in the pool of black people. If you can convince them that they're white by their vote, you don't need to have a mass of white people. You really don't. I don't know why black people keep trying to convince themselves that it's white people that's sticking together. No, white people have taught and trained and programmed others to stick with them. See, we stick together like the white man. If we stick together like the African dudes vote just like the certain African dudes vote and behave and move just like white people do. They shun their blackness. That's dude. Am I saying something that we all don't know in private? I love the success of the African community in America, but I'm not naive to the fact that a lot of Africans do not mess with African Americans that have been told and sold African Americans are lazy. Wait a minute, if we were the lazy ones, how'd you get, I don't know, America? If black people were actually lazy, there would not be in America at all. I mean, post-slavery. If black people were lazy, all those women that did the mathematics for NASA, there wouldn't have been a ship to the moon. There would not have been a light without the brother that created the wires that go inside of the electric light. A lot of the ideas that came from black people in the United States, everything from air conditioning inside of a car to the sister that invented the home security system, to traffic lights, to the ironing board, if black people were lazy. But Africans have been sold, if you believe that black people are lazy, that brings you closer to your whiteness. Now, once again, this is not about a political stance that I'm taking tonight. But what I'm saying is black people are not as naive and blind as people think that we are. We see what's going on. And right now, my whole 20-minute montage was about white people don't care no more. They're not going to hide their whiteness. They're going to stand strong on, I have the right to have a city that's dedicated to my whiteness, just like the black guy has the right to have a city dedicated to his blackness, or buy farmland and only black people can buy land from that area. I have the right as a white dude. I have the right to say nigger because you gave me that right, black man. I'm saying this again. I have the right to say the word nigger when I'm walking down the street with my headphones on, listening to some Jay-Z, because that's all Jay-Z said was nigger, 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 nigger. Yes, I have that right. I have the freedom of speech to say that. No more being scared of you brothers because you were the one that marketed that word. Name one group that ever used the negative term about them and marketed it on a massive scale. White people ain't market cracker, did they? What about Peckerwood? Redneck? Maybe in a few country songs. I'm talking about on a massive scale to where people all around the world will walk up to a white person and say, hey, redneck. No? What about Peckerwood? Nobody in China calling white people Peckerwood when they walk up on them just as a greeting? Because they heard it in so many songs and in so many movies, so many books, so all over social media. They didn't hit, no, so we're the only ones that were dumb enough to take a negative term and literally market, make billions off of it, sell our companies to streaming services to where now hip hop and no music industry is really making real money unless you're a streamer. If they pay you per stream and not royalties anymore. So now white people are making billions of dollars every time you niggas say nigga. And they're no longer scared of saying it in public. And they are no longer scared kicking out everybody out of the country who they consider immigrants and bringing white immigrants into the country after the president said nobody can come back into this country as an immigrant. And yet not even this late last week, that's exactly what he did. Shout out to all you guys for hanging out with your boy. There's 30 people in the building. Shout out to all you guys being here. Shout out to my man T-Mac in the building, as well as Keaton. He said in class right now. He said, y'all have fun. Replay crew. Shout out to you being in class right now, brother. Shout out to my man T-Mac once again. And my man FBA J is in the building. He said to the OG and Andrea, peace and blessings to Love Crossing Borders, or LBC or CB family. Big brother in life is in the building as well. Appreciate you being here, brother. And Ronin Travelers. Ronin, do me a favor, man. Make sure you drop the link to your channel so we all can subscribe and support you, brother. Make sure you do that for us. I hope you're having a great time over there in Southeast Asia, living your best life, brother. Living your best life. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family. Appreciate you being here as well. Glad my man for Profit Store is in the building as well here. Glad that you're here. What up, Andre and chat? You see, I thought South African news was well known. No. See, T-Mac, one of the things that I've noticed is we who are avid readers or kind of like globally insightful or travelers, we see the world from a global perspective. Like some guys are avid readers, so they have a global perspective of life, even though they haven't traveled outside the United States or their home country, right? Most people aren't like that in the United States, in Canada, in UK, in Australia. They only know their little, like I said, we're in a snow globe, gentlemen. I don't know why we keep thinking that we're in something other than a snow globe. We're in a snow globe called the Corporation of the United States. United States is literally an incorporated country. It's literally a snow globe. When you shake it up, everything that flies around distracts you from what's really in front of you. But there are some of us who see things from a global perspective, and sometimes, T-Mac, we fail to see that most people don't see like us. Most people aren't watching CNN on a global perspective. Most people aren't watching international news headlines. They don't get the newsletter emails about what's taking place in other countries. It'll amaze you how many light years ahead of most people you guys are. I mean, you guys that travel, you don't realize how far ahead as far as just everyday insight than you are with the average American. That's why I decided that I will not go on any panels when it comes to travel with average Americans. When it comes to politics with average Americans. When it comes to cost of living with average Americans. When it comes to relationships with average American. I'll listen to a panel. I've been invited on panels, but every time I did, I was speaking way over their heads. And I couldn't get mad at them because they couldn't relate to what I was saying. And what they were saying was somewhat juvenile compared to the insight, knowledge, and experience that many of you guys have on a global basis about relationships or cost of living or politics. So I've learned most Americans and most Canadians and most people from the UK, they don't know nothing about the world. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm not saying it facetiously. I'm not trying to put anybody down. But I remember how naive I was and the other naive people that I was around, and all my naive coworkers, all the naive people in my city, and how my state was naive and how naive my country was. Even our presidents make so many mistakes when they're talking about one country, then you find out I meant to say this country. They're naive to everything. Americans really don't know anything about the world. We really don't. And we will brag and talk about being number one. We're the number one in the world. Tell me about the world. Anything. And the most that Americans can tell you about, because this is what they tell, I always say this, they only tell you about the world if there's a travesty going on in that country or war. If there's a travesty, whether it be political, whether it be social, they tell you about that. Okay, we're talking about South Africa tonight, right? Outside of apartheid, what does America tell you about South Africa? Apartheid ended in 1994. We never heard about South Africa until we heard about apartheid. Since apartheid ended, the average American, I'm not talking about to you guys as a traveler. I want you to think as the average American. How much is being told to you about South Africa since apartheid ended in 94? I'll wait. Nothing. Nothing has been told to you about South Africa. What about the parts of South Africa, the parts of South Africa, such as Kenya, in other locations when they had the blood diamonds. Remember the blood diamonds movies that were coming out in the 2000s? Oh, don't get that diamond. It's from certain parts of Africa. And they got the kids out there digging. The kids are dying. Blood diamonds. When the last time you heard about those countries? Genocide in Congo. It's genocide. Soon as genocide slowed down, when was the last time you heard about Rwanda or Congo? Just recently, as battles start growing again in the Congo. Just over the past couple of years. What about the 20 years when nothing was going on? The United States only tells us about countries, gentlemen, if there's something tragic going on, whether it be in politics or whether it be socially, or whether it be a food shortage, they'll tell us a little bit about that. But or they'll tell us about war. They will never tell you anything good about a country. Don't wait for it. None of you guys can sit back and name three. You can't name 3 countries, including Israel, that the United States said something so good about it, you had to go to that country. Name 3. Name 3 countries. You can't use Canada because they talk bad about Canada back in the day too. You can't use Mexico because you know how they talk about Mexico. You can't use UK because it was always us versus UK. So if you can't use the major ones that are around us, name 3 countries that the United States brags about so much that you got to go visit them. You can't say Japan. They can't stand Japan. You definitely don't want to say China. You can't name 3 countries that the United States brags on. Not Panama, not Costa Rica. Don't even play that. You ain't never seen a Costa Rica commercial. What's my point? My point is, unless we do something about it ourselves and stop sitting around just complaining and talking as black people or brown people, nothing's going to get done, because white people realize that most of what we do is smoke and mirrors. We're not going to do anything. We're going to get up in the morning. We're going to go to work. We're going to keep our mouths shut. We're going to take our little $2 raise every year and shut up and just complain like we always do. And so they can go ahead and keep making the money, because black people and brown people are not going to come together and do something about it like they used to in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. Those black people are gone. Black people would rather twerk than work. And what I mean by work together. And that's what white people are seeing. And that's why they don't care anymore. Shout out to Bobby. Bobby says, I know because I don't listen to regular media. I listen to the Associate Press. Absolutely correct. He said they've been talking about this for weeks. Not on regular media. Associate Press. Yes, sir. Black people need a reality check instead of a benign neglect, a benign neglect. Absolutely correct. We've been too comfortable. That's the problem with the American black. That's why black people from other countries with our same complexion from other countries can come to our country and succeed like that. You got people from India with the same complexion, and they making hundreds to $200,000 a year on average, because they come and take advantage of our education system. That's our education system. With that, and they'll come with no money, no sponsorships, no nothing. You got people coming from Nigeria. I don't care if it's scamming. I don't care if it's hustling. I don't care if it's hard work. Somehow, some way, these brothers from Nigeria, from Jamaica, from all different walks of life of the African diaspora are somehow, some way able to make it in our country. Will they get scholarships? There are black scholarships out there. Will they get government grants? Ain't no more government grants for nobody. And I'll say this again. When it came to get those small business loans during the Biden administration and COVID, black people got millions of dollars in government loans. And grants, in other words. Not loans, but grants. We didn't do nothing with that money. Few of us started businesses, but most of us, we messed that money up. Nobody wants to talk about that. Those small business loans, we messed that money up. So did white people. Doesn't matter. White people can afford to be in a position to mess up a couple $1 billion and still have trillions sitting back. If Elon, we're just talking about one white dude, Elon Musk, richest man in the world, $330 billion with all his endeavors. You know how much money that is? That man, if it was $100 bill taped, took a $100 bill and you taped it next to each other, this man's money could go around the world twice and to the moon. That's how much money that man has. It could literally go around the world, taped together in $100 bills, around the world twice, and he'll have enough money to go directly and touch the tip of the moon with his money. That's just one white dude. So while we crying, they're investing. They're making sure that they always have an insurance policy when somebody dies. I've got American insurance and I've got life insurance here in Colombia. I will have money to send to the next generation and the generation after that. If we could get more black people to look at a piece of property, I don't care if it's the most expensive. I don't care if it's a piece of property that's a fixer-upper. At least start focusing on property, because that's what white people have been saying for years. We do it with our property or our land investments, and we do it with life insurance. And black people still ain't trying to catch on. And so why should white people feel guilty for having insurance policies? Feel guilty for buying that plot of land? Well, they got the hookup. Maybe they did on that deal, and even on that deal, but nobody got the hookup on that deal. So why didn't you go after that deal? We got an excuse for everything. Tevin King says, greeting everyone. Make sure, shout out to all 42 of you guys in here tonight. Make sure that you hit that like button if you enjoy the live stream. I just want to see the day that black people once again become verbs and not nouns. I'm gonna say that again. I'm just looking forward to the day, and I hope I see it, where I see that black people in the United States once again are verbs and not nouns. A verb is an action word. The ing. I'm building, I'm investing, I'm learning, I'm teaching, I'm growing, I'm lifting, I'm running, I'm sleeping, I'm praying, I'm giving, I'm helping. Ing. We used to be verbs. Somebody gave us a few dollars to become nouns. I'm rich. I'm poor. I'm happy. I'm sad. I'm independent. Well, those are more adjectives, but I'm all man. I'm all woman. We're nouns. We're by title. What do you do? How much do you make? Where have you been? We're just titles, bunch of titles. Name 3 members of the Black Caucus in DC. Black Caucus has been incognito for years, just by title. The Congressional Black Caucus, you can't name 3 people. You know why? We're not nouns and we're not verbs anymore. We're nouns. One of the reasons I left, I kid y'all not, man. One of the reasons I left, because I wanted to become a verb again. I wanted to be a man of an active life. Let me try these lights again. Look like I'm kind of light. Let's see. See what we're looking at. I guess I'll keep the one that I had. Yeah, one of the reasons I left because I got tired of just being a noun. I just got tired of just the hamster wheel of life was going by, and I really wasn't doing anything that was like a verb would do. Active, being active in life. I was just alive, man. Like I said, I was making good money, but I was alive. I wasn't living. He said they shout out to Andrew in the building. Andrew said they had to kill Boer, and it's only 59 people. Yeah. Trump said this is the beginning. Don't use that term, it's only. Don't use that term, it's only. Because Trump already said, you're going to see this tonight in the video. Trump has already said this is just the beginning. Y'all just think this, you think Trump is going to go through all that headache for 59 people? You think Trump is going to go through all this pomp and circumstance, all this getting Eli hype for 59 people? Trump has, okay. When was the last time Trump lied to y'all? Trump said this is just the beginning. When was the last time y'all saw Trump tell a lie? Other than I'm going to fix the economy, what other lie has he told? Did he not tell y'all he's going to do some tariff stuff? Did he not tell y'all he's going to do some racial stuff? Did he not tell y'all he was not going to work with Congress? Did he not tell y'all, hey, listen, I put my hands on the coochie. I don't care. Did he not tell y'all, yes, I use all the tax breaks that a billionaire is supposed to use. If you don't like them, change the laws. When did Trump lie to y'all? I'm serious. If a crazy dude tell you I'm a crazy dude, where's the lie in that? That's the one thing I can give certain people credit for. Trump says some of the craziest stuff. He does some of the most outlandish stuff. But for the most part, you cannot say that Trump lied to you. You might take it as he lied to us. He told us this. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Trump said when he got in office, he was going to change the economy. Did he say when? Did he say year one? No. So he got 3 more years to change your economy, right? Yeah. Where's the lie? White folks, y'all got. And the man got y'all with the truth. So everything that Trump is doing, he told y'all before the election, this is what I'm going to do. I'm looking out for my people. Black people always talk about they going to look out for their people. Cool, got you. I'm white and I'm going to look out for my people. He told y'all, I'm white and I'm going to look out for my people. I'm using y'all for my election. This man literally was telling y'all, y'all my blackies. My blacks. Like you were a thing. He literally told you you were a thing. And you still didn't get your passport. And you still didn't leave. He was elected in 2016. Why the hell you still sitting in the States? Andrew says this. He said, but your concern is that? Actually, I have no concern. With the race war, I don't know if it's a race war. And run rampant of waiting and killing whites, no. Dude, anything that y'all, I mean this, other than concern for friends, family, and the longevity of our country, I don't care what y'all do with it. And I don't mean that in a way like, I don't care, I'm gone. I mean that in a way of, it's not fair for me to give my 2 cents in a country that I'm not in every day. You see what I'm saying? A lot of the videos you see me do, whether it be on dating or whether it be on politics, a lot of mine is reactive videos to help us that travel. Like the video tonight is to help us that travel to see certain things about South Africa that we didn't know. But the Trump bringing them into the country part is just par for the course. I don't sit around trying to say, well, America should do this, America should. Y'all never heard me say that. You ever notice that I don't tell Americans what they should do in America? Why? I'm not in America. That's like me trying to tell people in Taiwan what to do in Taiwan. Why? I'm not in Taiwan. So if y'all have a race war, that's on y'all. If y'all go out there, I'm gonna delete as many white people, that's on y'all. I don't be hyping that stuff up. Why? Ain't got nothing to do with me. It wouldn't be fair for me to go on panels and try to tell Americans about America, and I ain't living in America, am I? My calling is to get you to a position where you ain't got to worry about none of that mess that's taking place. That's my calling. Looks like I froze for a second. Okay, looks like I'm back. It was like 49 families. Yeah. Trump said this is just the beginning. For real. He said the Nazis and the apartheid government both studied the development of their policies in strategy based on studying how the U.S. handled like Americans. You know why I'm freezing, or maybe it's just me looking at myself freezing. Let me know if I'm freezing, gentlemen. Hope I'm not. Big brother in life is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. He said, change the city's infrastructure with bike lanes. That's another thing, man. America's infrastructure is shot compared to other countries. I'm gonna say something. If South America ever gets its infrastructure up to par, it'll pass America as least as far as infrastructure. It's that part. It doesn't take a superpower to do. It doesn't take a superpower to build roads, super fast train system, trolley cars. Once countries get to the point where they're not sufficient or dependent on cars as much, I promise you. Because, okay, any of you dudes that's ever been to certain Asian countries or you've been to Europe, you can tell me if I'm lying or not. You can be in certain European countries and Asian countries and you don't need a car. You will never have to purchase a car again in life. The closest thing that you will need is a bicycle. You can rent a car, like if you're going way out, but there are so many countries in the world that has so many advanced forms of public transportations. I know people that live in Spain, but work in France. Some people live in Italy, but work in Sweden. That's how advanced. And I'm not talking about no old raggedy ass trains. I'm talking about you getting there in a couple hours. America's not set up like that yet. It's still dependent on automobiles. So once America and I'm not talking about getting new roads. We need that too, but we need to start getting advanced. And I like what that one Asian dude said when the tariffs first came out. He went viral. He said, listen, Americans, the money that we made off of you here in China, we used it to A, get the impoverished out of poverty, B, build our infrastructure. You had billions and trillions too. What did you do? The rich became richer in your country. The poor became rich in our country. You look at the infrastructure in China and Japan, even in certain parts of Southeast Asia. It is crazy how advanced they're in. It's like going into outer space with their infrastructure compared to the United States. We made the billions because they didn't have to pay us $20 an hour, where all they had to do was get an Asian person to do it for $2 an hour. So what did they do with the other $18 an hour that they would have paid us if they had to build that item in the United States? The billionaires pocketed. And once the product got over to the United States, they sold it to US citizens at a profit, a $2 item for $30. So they pocket the extra money that they would have paid you to make the product, and they sold you the product at a profit. Billionaires made their money coming and going in the United States, and they did nothing with the money as far as building the infrastructure in the United States. United States should have had the infrastructure that China has, if not better. The infrastructure that Japan has, if not better. If not better. Looks like my wife. Let me double check and see if I'm freezing over here, gentlemen. Let me hit to these super chats. Shout out to my man, Canadian brothers.
I told this guy where I was
Black Nubian in the
said,
building.
"Oh, Canada."
Let me double check and make sure I'm not freezing. Maybe that's just my. Let's see. Okay, looks like I'm good. Okay, gentlemen. Okay, thank you very much, T-Mac, and all you other guys. Shout out to my man Thelonious in the building. So it is just my phone. Okay, it's just my phone doing that. Okay, cool. Let me close that out and then open this back up. And my man Tevin King in the building. The Netherlands and Germany prioritize biking. Yes, they do. Biking and walking to work. Yeah. That I could definitely believe. That I can definitely believe. Shout out to all you guys, all you travelers. And that's one of the reasons why I like this. Dude, I'm gonna tell y'all something. One of the reasons I love doing Love Crossing Borders with Andrea is this. We learn so much about other countries together as men. Countries I haven't been to, you guys have been to. Countries that you guys haven't been to, we've been to. I love that not having to depend on our governments to tell us about a country. Many of us have been or are boots on the ground to share information with each other. And I love that, man. I kid you not. Let me scroll back. Yes, sir. Shout out to Lewis Lattimore. Garrett A. Morgan. Shout out to all you guys. Boy, you guys are bringing. Yes, sir. All the great inventors. All the great inventors. I want to talk about black people lazy. They wouldn't even have the rights to even come over to America. I don't think the Nigerian dudes realize that. The African people don't realize you would not be even allowed in America if it wasn't for the fights that black people and the blood that was shed. Latin people don't even realize that. Asian people are starting to discover, wait a minute, we need to respect black people more, because All us Asian doctors and all us East Indian doctors and dentists would not be in the United States. It would not have an opportunity to have the employment levels that they get if it wasn't for Black people fighting in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and even in the 80s for the rights that they have. They wouldn't be able to live in the communities that they live in. That was us taking those bricks. That was us taking those lynchings to this day. But as long as you can convince a group of people that since they weren't the ones getting lynched, and they weren't the ones that were getting shot at, and they weren't the ones getting dogs put on them, that they're better than the ones that happened to. Making them feel like they're closer to their goal. And what's the goal of many individuals in other cultures? Whiteness. There are millions of Latin people. Their goal is whiteness. It's not to be Latin. Get the hell out of here. It is not to live Latin. It is to live and breathe and feel respected like they respect whiteness. There are Black people like that. There are people from India. There are people from Asia. That's their number one goal in life. It's not money. It's whiteness. That's their dream. That's their dream. Boondocks had an episode on this topic. Yes, sir. Shout out to the Boondocks. He said they war and religion to take over the world. Yeah, oh yeah. Yep, that's what they use. Big Brother in Life is in the building once again. He says, hell, Black folks can't get mad at white folks for using the term while giving Latinos, in other words, Hispanics, a pass for using the term. Absolutely correct. I remember the first time I heard that in prison. It was a Latin dude. Oh man, see y'all, man, come on, man. That nigga be tripping, dog. I said, that's a Latin dude. Did he just say nigga? Like, what? And it wasn't he trying to put anybody down. It was just part of his everyday conversation. And then as I started to listen to Latin and Black men as I was walking the compound, I realized that it was a normal term in the Latin community. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Shout out to my man Zero in the building, 0 milligram in the building. Ooh la, ooh la, ooh la. Shout out to you being here, brother. And my brother Omar in the building. Good evening to you as well as Global Homie. He say, what's up and blessings to everyone. So the U.S. is importing racists now? As if we don't have enough, let's import some and let's give them farmland. Why don't you? Let's give them all the things that we're giving immigrants, but let's go a little further. Let's give them farmland. We can give them farmland in the Midwest to build all white compounds, and we can give them land in the Carolinas to build all white compounds. Because if we do it as whites in America, it may come across as racist. But if, we ship in white people to build all white compounds, is it really racist? I love America, man. Yep. Would twerk anywhere, man. Like I always say, and I'll say this to my dying days. Black people can't stand niggas. Niggas can't stand Black people. That's why we'll never come together. Has nothing to do with the family dynamic. Families can come together, but the one thing that hurts us just as much as the family, niggas cannot stand Black people. If you read a book, how dare you? You go to school, how dare you? You get an education, how dare you? You act like you got some sense, how dare you? You put a belt on as a man, how dare you? You don't argue with white people. You go above what their expectations of are you. How dare you? You put your life in a position where white people want to be like you instead of you being like white people. I'll say it again. Niggas want to be like white people. Black men and black women put themselves in a position where white people want to be like you. If you ever want to know the difference, all you guys that are black authors, there are white people that wish they were white authors, or just authors in general, not white, but authors. Some of you guys that are black school teachers, your white students look up to you just like your black students do. Some of you guys that are good in real estate, you got white people that will ask you questions about real estate just as fast as a black person that will ask you about real estate. Black people, white people want to be like. Niggas want to be like white people. That's why they always complain about everything that white people have, white people do. They think that white people holding them back, white people holding them down. They ain't got no chance. That's nigga talk. Black people, they see the obstacles and still overcome it. And now white people say, how you do that? Could you show me how to do that? You got white people that built the obstacles that will still ask you as a black man, how'd you do that? Show me how you did that. I want to do that too. You built the obstacles. White people don't ask niggas nothing. You ever notice that? They don't ask niggas, they don't want a nigga opinion about nothing. They ain't. Asian people don't, Latin people don't. When the last time a nigga invented something? When the last time a nigga wrote a book? When the last time a nigga made a movie? I'm not talking about by title, Ice Cube, NWA. No. Ice Cube, by the time he started making movies, he's a black man who just so happened to be the founder of NWA. Dr. Dre is past the niggerdom. These are black men now. I'm not talking about we got to walk around bougie, but walk around strapped all day and getting in fights in public and waiting on and going downtown and waiting for buying the latest lottery ticket, hoping a lottery will help us win. Niggas need the lottery. Black people have fun with the lottery. We'll buy a ticket. Hey, I got my Powerball ticket, man. If I win, I'll go ahead and yeah. That's black people. Niggas need that lottery. Dog, I need that extra $40, dog. Time was tight. I'm glad I won today, dog. Niggas will live and die in hard times. Black people know that hard times come and hard times go. And what is the lesson that you learned in that difficult moment? Black people are always trying to learn a lesson in good times and a lesson in the bad times. Niggas don't give a damn about no lesson. Y'all done locked my baby up. No lesson learned. Little Aisha done got shot by Keisha. No lesson learned. These niggas done broke into the liquor store and stole all the liquor. No lesson learned. There's a gang war out there. No lesson learned. We both go through ups and downs in life, but the black people learn lessons from the ups and downs of life. Niggas ain't gonna learn nothing, and they gonna keep repeating the same cycle. This is why you will never see that kumbaya that y'all been waiting on, y'all been talking about for so long, because niggas will never come and try to learn something from black men and black women, and black men and black women are so fucking embarrassed and tired of niggas. We're embarrassed and we're tired of niggas. Even black women all over social media. We're gonna get to the video in a minute. Right now, there's a movement on social media for black women saying we're tired. Black men, they ain't talking about us. Say that again. Black women are going on social media saying we're tired. They ain't talking about black men. We know who they talking about. They baby daddy, who just so happen to be a nigga. They decide not to marry black men, laugh at us, put black men in the friend zone. So we decided to marry positive sisters or other races or just stay single. But they decided they gonna marry, shack up with, have babies by, have issues with, get beat by, get cheated on by niggas. Now they tired. I'm a black woman and I'm tired. Well, damn it took you long enough. I'm not surprised black women talking about they tired. We're tired, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. You decide to be with a nigga. You decide to have sex with a nigga. All these good black men that you went to school with, most of y'all didn't even marry. You got all these white girls that have met their husband in college. All you sisters was in college, like y'all say, we number one in college. All y'all asses in these HBCUs with these brothers, and you ain't married none of them brothers. You ain't sit your ass down and marry none of them brothers. You let them niggas run through you while you was in college, after college, and before college. Now you tired. At 41, now you tired. 43, now 52, now you're tired. Well, black men, they ain't talking about us. So let them talk. When all them sisters on social media now saying, black woman is tired, we're staying out of this. This is our sit back life. We're going to be sitting back. We're not going to do anything. Bruh, they are not talking about us. They talking about them niggas. Shout out to my man Montrez is in the building. He said, good evening. He said, I'm back in North Carolina, them NC boys. He said, I had a nice time in Detroit in the D. Shout out to the D. Oh, that's the West Side. Here we go with the D.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with him. Shout out once again to my man Chalupe, 71 in the building. He said there's a couple of condos going up in Cali that I'm looking at getting an Airbnb in. Yeah, I'm thinking we're actually next year is going to be our year for property. So we're excited about that. Once again, shout out to my man Thelonious in the building. Appreciate you, brother. Eve the Evil Doer is in the building. Shout out to you. The Evil Doer. He said, like what? Let me know what you mean by like what, brother. He said, I'm going to be TO and get my popcorn and watch the show from a distance. Yes, sir. He said, I will apply for Colombian citizenship next year. Me too. I'm applying for my citizenship next year too. He said, it's for his daughter. He said, when I make the application, since she is under 25. Shout out to you, T-Mac, man. The real is in the building. The real Captain Marvel. He says those white South Africans are here because they don't like black people in South Africa. This could be true. He say now they have fresh racist blood, meaning here in America. Passport out, guys, or get ready for those of you who are in the States. It's not like he's lying. He said, there's always been a race war. He said, there's nothing new. There's always been racism. This is true. This is true. It's not like we're lying. He said, no, your video good. Okay, cool. Thanks, brother. Beyond the Bases in the building as well. Shout out to you. He said, yep. He said, yep. Move to Thailand, Colombia, Brazil, or anywhere. He said, or anywhere. Just get out. We try to, I know a lot of you guys are on the fence, and a lot of you guys, you know, like we say, this channel is for you guys that'll be leaving in 5 months, 5 years, or in 15 years. We know that many of you guys, you won't be making a move except for the next 15 years, 12 years. We try to be there by giving you information. That's what the book was all about. I told you I'm gonna keep throwing a book in y'all face. The book is dedicated to you guys. You're leaving in 5 months, everything you need is in there. If you're leaving in the next 5 years, there's no reason why you shouldn't have this in your library. And if you leave in the next 15 years, this information that I have in here is applicable. I purposely wrote it from that perspective. I didn't want to write from the perspective of just a few months down the line. Only those guys or those ladies can use it. And I didn't want to write it just for Americans. So I wrote it from the Canadian perspective, as well as the UK perspective and the US perspective. I'm telling you guys, this channel is dedicated to help you make the decision on whether you want to stay in the States or leave, whether you want to make the States your second home or your only home. You can make the United States your second home. You could be there for 4 months out the year or 6 months out the year, but you don't have to do it like you're doing it now by using the United States and being there 365 days a year. Why? I get another example. I keep getting an alert on my phone. You know why it's telling me that? Because it's tax season. I know a lot of you guys are saying, wait a minute, what you mean, tax refunds? Nope. Tax season already passed April, Dre. Not for expats. My alert lets me know our taxes aren't due until June 16th. We get an automatic 2-month extension. Don't have to file for anything. Don't have to ask for it. Where you had to run to make sure you got yours done by mid-April, we've got until June. That's just one little small, minute benefit that you get when you're an expat. You still can get your Social Security checks deposit into your bank accounts. Your military pension, you still get that. You retirees, you still get your money. So the only thing that's holding you back are the 4 F's: fear, finances, family, or friends, which is your comfort zone. That's it. Once you get over those hurdles of the 4 F's, you can decide on any country you want. You have no excuse. None. None. I had none, and I'm not going to give you any. Do I have good days? Yes. Do I have bad days? Yes. Life going to keep lifing. Now, don't think life is not going to keep lifing. But I promise you, man, I'd rather have life lifing outside. I would rather have life lifing outside the United States than life lifing and still got to deal with the everyday rigmarole, old school term, rigmarole of the United States. T-Mac says, and you know, T-Mac is a guy that used to live in Japan, has children over there. T-Mac says this, he said, Japan train and metro system is excelente. Excelente. Absolutely correct. Even Medellin, absolutely correct. Dude, Medellin's is better than anything that you'll ride in the States. Dominican Republic, Santo Domingo train system, the subway system, on an island. The United States, I don't know a subway system in the United States that could compete with DR subway system. That's how clean and advanced and secure that subway system is. Not one. You can't name one. Okay, go in the comment section, name one. You can't say New York, not Cleveland, not Chicago. Hell no, not Chi-Town. That raggedy old trains that we do. Those trains that we ride in the United States are old as hell. They so outdated that we don't have one modern train system. There's not a city in the United States that has a modern train system that can compete with the modern train system just in Medellin and in Santo Domingo. It wouldn't be fair for me to talk about Europe or Southeast Asia train system. That's how far behind we are. I'm just talking about DR and Medellin. And there's not one train system in the United States that can compete. Not a one. Go ahead, put it in the comment section. Not a one. That's how far we are behind when it comes to infrastructure. So when that Asian dude said on that little rant that he did that went viral, And he said, we used the billions of dollars that we made off y'all from selling products over the last 20 years. We spent it on our infrastructure, and we spent it on getting people from being poor. Now, are there still poor people in Asia? Yes, they got 1 billion plus people. Well, technically, almost 2 point something billion when you include India. We used our money for the rich to get richer. And our roads got older and older. He said, when I first went to mainland China in 2004, he said, I was blown in 2004, in mainland China in 2004, in mainland in 2004. And I was blown away at how much more impressive it was compared to our US cities in 2004. Shout out to my brother Tevin King once again. He says the Netherlands and Germany prioritize biking and walking to work. Yes, that's why if Andre and I, whatever country we decide to move to, we I kid you not, we had such a great time walking in Europe. Just walking. I mean, we do that in Colombia, but in Europe, it's always something to see just from walking. The country, the continent is literally set up for bike riders and walkers. Unless you're trying to get to like a small town or something that's out of the way, and there's still trains that will let you out in that small town. And then you're like, well, that train runs every 40 minutes. So that train that you got off of is gone. You can be in that small town for 2 or 3 hours. Come back to the train system. There's another one riding by to take you to wherever you want to. You ain't got nothing like that in the United States. There is no train. All you Indiana boys, shout out to you Indiana boys. There is no train from Fort Wayne, Indiana down to Indianapolis, down to Terre Haute. There's no train from Chicago to Milwaukee. You ain't got no train from Cedar Point. Shout out to all you Sandusky, Ohio dudes. You ain't got no train from Cedar Point to Toledo. In Europe, that's how it is. Dude, it was so easy for me, and I did not understand how dudes were able to get so many damn passport stamps until I got to Europe. Then it all, dude, you can hit 5 countries like it's not boom, 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 and like it's nothing. Like you crossing the street. Man, Andre was getting them stamps, boy. Give me them damn, hit them stamps on that passport. We got so many tats on our passport. Mess around with that European infrastructure. We don't know nothing about that in the United States, bruh. I kid you not, man. There's so much. Shout out to my man, the Southern Vegan, LJ. So much. Salute to you as well, kind sir. And the Real CP show is in the building as well. Self-hatred is so real. Yes, it is. T-Mac says this also. He said, besides my daughter, is the only thing that I miss about the U.S. are those NOI being bruh, don't do that to me, brother. Don't do that to me. You about to make your boy cry. I miss the Nation of Islam bean pies. Man, I used to get my Final Call magazine, get me like 2 or 3 Nation of Islam pies. Bruh. I knew I needed 2 or 3 because, bruh, like I always say, one of them ain't gonna make it to the house. If you ain't never had a Nation of Islam bean pie, you doing yourself a disservice in life. Next time you see some nation brothers, man, you better hunt them brothers down and say, my brothers, assalamu alaikum. Where can I get a Final Call magazine? And how can I get some big dude? I would want to get, if the Final Call magazine had in it where you could order bean pies to your house as a monthly subscription, bro, I would have had a monthly subscription for bean pies. And I ain't lying. I am not lying. If you have never had a Nation of Islam bean, you think your grandmama's sweet potato pie good? Nope. And I love grandmama's sweet potato pie. And for all you white dudes, the pumpkin pie? Nope. Them Nation of Islam bean pies, bruh. I don't know what's in that recipe, but once I finally got it, oh man, you could tell me nothing. You couldn't tell me nothing. Plus, it was healthy. Had my little Final Call reading. What did Farrakhan just say? Let me highlight that. Sit up there eating my bean pie, man. What, you couldn't tell me nothing. Nothing, man. Especially when I went to the temple in Chicago, because I used to go to Savior's Day every year, right? You hear the minister speak. Man, I'm getting Nation of Islam bean pie straight from the source. Straight from the temple in Chicago. What? Man, please, let me get about 4 or 5 of those, bro. Because I knew 2 wasn't going to make it back to the hotel. That I did know. That I did know. Because especially if I came with my boys, we was going to get 5 of them pies. Because 2 wasn't going to make it back to the hotel. We all piled up in the car like this. Damn. Did you hear what the brother minister had to say? Did you hear what brother minister Farrakhan had to? Man, black men need to get together, man. Oh, that's all I'm saying. Man, tearing them bean pies apart, man. Shout out to the nation, man. Shout out to the nation. You get knowledge and you get a meal. For real, y'all think I'm playing. Okay, get you a bean pie and tell me how addictive those things are. Go ahead, get you a bean pie and tell me I'm lying then. He said now white farmers should be upset because they are literally going to take their land from them. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He said white South Africans get 40 acres in Let it sink in, gentlemen. Let it sink in, gentlemen. I'm not going to move that comment. Let it sink into your soul. You couldn't get 40 acres in a mule, but a white South African got it. He just saying, yo black couldn't get 40 acres in a mule. But they shipped in some white folks and gave them 40 acres in a mule. Oh. Let it burn so you can learn. Go ahead, gentlemen. Read that comment. Let it burn so you can learn. Woo! That was a doozy, Captain. That was a doozy. Hats off to you, kind sir. My man, Real CP says this. He said, this is not enough. He said, there is not enough bros and sisters that understand the power of history. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He said Martin Luther King gave a speech years ago about how America gave European peasants yeah, they did. European peasants farmland all the way back to the Civil War. The Irish. Man, they brought so many Irish people over here to fight during the Civil War, and they gave them land. Yes, they did. Farmland, grants, and showed how to harvest the land. So history is repeating itself. Let me scroll down a little further. Let me see, make sure I didn't miss anybody, because I just want to get to the video. Shout out to my man Cam B in the building. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. And let me make sure that the meek are loved is in the building as well. Dave says this: the only thing that the U.S. trains have is overcrowded system and mice and big rats or bad rats. That's true. Amtrak rail is horrible and expensive for what you get. You say the pies are not the same. No. Dang. Even the nation changed the beans pie recipe. Dang. Just when I thought it was safe to go in the water, I was hoping I would run across some Nation of Islam brothers in Miami doing a conclave. Maybe I could get a bean pie. But since the recipe is watered down now, he said, I don't know how they make those bean pies taste so good. He said, but still very level. But yeah, that's the part. They were very healthy, low in calories. Absolutely correct. Shout out to my man Timothy Bright of the Bright family. Shazam! As well as Avengers Assemble. He said, I never had a bean pie. Didn't sound good. Bruh, I promise you. It's in the same family of the sweet potato pie. So just in case you're wondering what type of texture or taste would it be, is that it's in that same family, but it's a lot healthier and it's completely different. It really is good, man. It really is. And I'm funny style with my desserts, but that bean pie, yeah. Yeah, it's sweet. It's cut. Yes, it is. Absolutely correct. Custard-like pie. Any you dudes that kind of like, you know how we take the pork and beans without the pork? We take those beans and we put brown, like doing when we barbecuing, and we add butter to our beans and we add brown sugar to our beans and we just let it simmer. We over here on the grill too. That's what it's in that family. It's in that the same type of beans that we use for like pork and beans and without the pork, of course, and brown sugar and butter, and it's in that same family, but it's healthier, a lot healthier. I don't know if they use molasses instead of brown sugar, but I don't know what it is that's different. But it's something, and I forgot because I had the recipe and I did it one day in prison. When the Nation of Islam brothers found out what the recipe was for me, because I was the school teacher and I was the baker, right? So I'm working all day long. And so the guys found out what the bean pie recipe was, and I made bean pies for lunch for the guys, man. Even white dudes were like, man, my wife wants that recipe, dude. That was wonderful. True story, right? You got white people addicted to bean pies, right? He said those Nation of Islam bean pies do not mess around. He said they know how to defend themselves if they get into a fight. Yes, they do. Them brothers are not. Yeah, that's serious. Let me scroll down. Let me let you guys. Shout out to my man Marco in the building. Good evening to you as well, kind sir, being here. As well as Jay Anderson, the great. He said, I'm late, but watching for work. Salute, Andre. Salute to you as well. Salute to you as well. Yeah, it has a sweet taste. Sweet, very sweet taste, but not an overbearing sweet. It's not like like a pecan pie type of sweet. You know, pecan pies are super sweet. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family once again. He said, yeah. He said, I got one about 5 to 7 years ago, and I'm in Chicago. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said they are fire. Yes, and Timothy Wright says this. He said there's a Muslim brother that I get my my Dexter Smooth Move tea. I know exactly what you're talking about from. He said I will ask him about it and get back to y'all with my opinion. Okay, deal. I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed with the bean pie, brother. Let's get started with the video, gentlemen. Let me change the music. Slow the music down just a little bit. Let me just lower it down. I'll just make it lower. So I'm lowering the music. We're going to get started with the video.
Whites were at the bottom of society and blacks became the dominant class.
Now, this is South Africa right now after apartheid. There are a lot of whites that are at the lower class and no longer at the upper class during apartheid.
What would it be like if whites were at the bottom of society and blacks became the dominant class? This isn't fiction. It's a real situation in South Africa. Here lies the country's largest white slum. There are no proper homes, only tents. No running water, electricity, or toilets. Even basic food is available through scheduled aid from black charity organizations. These impoverished whites are descendants of European colonizers, once the richest group in South Africa. They controlled 80% of the country's wealth and resources. Back then, racial tension was intense. Blacks were heavily restricted in where they could go. If they ventured out, they could face police brutality or even be arrested on trumped-up charges and thrown in jail for months. In 1994, everything changed when Mandela became president. He dismantled apartheid and stripped whites of their privileges. White people's homes were seized, and their businesses were sold at a fraction of their value. Thousands of white civil servants lost their jobs to make room for black employees. The once privileged whites were pushed to the margins of society. Today, while a small number of whites still control over half of South Africa's wealth, most have fallen into poverty, with unemployment rates reaching 70%. For many, even basic survival is a struggle.
But I do know in South Africa, white people don't have it as good as white people have it in America. Wow. South Africa is probably the one place in Africa that was able to switch the table, where the white folks live in the hood and the black people are living good.
South Africa's changing social dynamic is not good for everyone. These Afrikaners, who enjoyed social and economic privilege during apartheid, are now near the bottom of the pile.
This is why Elon Musk is fighting for those white folks in South Africa now.
Elon Musk has once again accused the South African government of racial discrimination. Musk accused the South African government of, quote, promoting white genocide in South Africa.
They're fighting for equality in Africa.
Yes, white folks are fighting for equality in Africa. But guess what?
Wow.
Because blacks were the majority.
Well, that makes sense.
And guess what? In South Africa, they've united. So they can't run that on them niggas. Now, if all the other countries do that, we good. We will be the superpower of the universe.
A white family doing the laundry and cooking is not a common sight in this Pretoria informal settlement. But for the past 2 weeks, this family of 4 has been part of the community. The Hewitts are living in a shack here in Mamelodi, next door to their domestic worker for the month of August. They want to experience firsthand the challenges facing so many South Africans, so they can better understand the lives of those less fortunate than they are.
We live in different worlds in South Africa. We live in little pockets where we're unaware of what goes on around us, and we feel that firstly empathy is.
I'm going to look up how much that is. R3,000. Maybe some of you guys know what it is. I'm going to look it up while the video's going.
It's crucial to thriving democracy. We want our children to grow up in this country, and we don't want them to be unaware of the way other people live. So it's an eye-opener for us and for them. It's more about changing ourselves than it is about changing anyone else.
As a real estate agent and Alan Gray employee, this couple is comfortable managing money. However, with a 3,000 Rand budget for the month, the Hewitts are struggling to keep up with the cost of daily living, and even turned to solar heating as a cheaper way to prepare meals.
It takes 2 hours to cook a meal on a Primus instead of 10-20 minutes. Getting around by taxis. We were lucky we caught a taxi quite quickly today. Leah, our helper, she took a lot longer to get home, and it's very pricey. Right. So, you know, there's not a lot you can do on such a tiny budget.
So that's what it is right there, $163.78 a month. Woo! Thanks, guys. He said good for y'all rest.
Leah Ngambule has been a domestic worker for the Hewitts for the past 4 years. She's pleased that her employers are experienced.
South Africa's changing social dynamic is not good for everyone. These Afrikaners, who enjoyed social and economic privilege during apartheid, are now near the bottom of the pile.
We are fighting for our language. We are fighting for jobs. So my feeling is that we are only fighting all the time to survive. To survive.
When she was a child, this woman looks like she's about in her late 50s, 60s. When she was a child, she lived a privileged life in South Africa. Very privileged life. No fights, being spoiled. And I bet you her and all these people never saw the truth coming. They never saw Nelson Mandela getting out of jail. They never saw Nelson Mandela being protected by other countries. They never saw Nelson Mandela would be president. And she, in her mind's eye, never saw Nelson Mandela abolishing apartheid and reversing the destructive behavior of white colonists in South Africa. Now she's in her 60s, and the truth has been hitting her and her family economically upside the head ever since Mandela. Right.
Thousands of white South Africans rely on charity to live. Betsy.
They rely on charity to live. Sounds like what a lot of the other African countries are going through as well with black people.
Andrea has been running this community centre for 8 years, and she's almost run off her feet.
I think there must be much more job opportunities for the people like my people here. Lots more. And that we must be aware that they mustn't be discriminating against them. It seems just to me that the thing is not in balance anymore.
She said the problem is that it's not balanced anymore. The problem is that it's not balanced anymore. Was it ever balanced for the black people in South Africa? She's saying when whites ruled with an iron hand and deleted thousands upon thousands of protesters, that was considered balance in the universe. But that they are now the impoverished, it's not balanced.
Kiewit Wolfert was a public servant when whites ran South Africa. Now he and his wife Santa, who was also retrenched from a government job, have barely a thread left of their old lives. Only their creativity is keeping them going. In part, they blame government policies, which give black people priority in employment, set black quotas, and favour black-owned companies.
I don't know really that much about the racism, but I was the first one to go out, and then the others just followed.
Why do you think you were chosen to be retrenched?
I think they tell us we are whites. They don't give us work, so they give it to other people, other races also.
We don't have a chance.
You know what's so funny? Is it just me, or is it kind of like almost pseudo-real to hear white people speak with the same tones, lack of hope, lack of belief or faith in their eyes, that blacks globally have had for centuries? I'm not saying that it's right or wrong with either race, but it's kind of hard to get us to feel sorry for you because if you had the opportunity to go back in time, you wouldn't make things equal. That's the part that's making black people not feel sorry for whites when things like this happen. Because if you were back in power, you would not make things balanced. You would not make things equal. So why should we feel sorry for you? Well, you know that there's a Donald Trump waiting in the wings to rescue you.
You can go and look for the job. They tell you, they phone you back, and you never heard again from them.
This is maybe a tough question to answer, but do you guys have a drug problem?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
A lot of white folks out there in Africa strung out on drugs. They the dope fiends. They the dope fiends in Africa. White Man's Burden. That's the movie.
A white struggling women in Delft. Even white people struggle too, hard to.
D stands for dreamer. We got a white game. We know you all know her, guys. You all know her. So I'm gonna actually come again to just ask her some few questions and stuff like that. Hi. Hi. I'm doing good. Oh, you're way popular now.
Thank you. It's not actually for population and to be popular, whatever. It's just to spread the word.
Spread the word. And I came today to answer the comments. I want you to answer those comments, and I'm gonna ask.
I had so many comments about my age. Firstly, a lot of people thought I'm way older, like 54 or 45 or whatever. But the thing is, stress eats you.
Yeah.
Let me put it that way. And I don't have teeth, guys.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
When the teeth is not in your face, it lowers your muscle.
Yeah.
In any case, I just want to tell the people out there, I'm not asking for help. If help comes, it comes. But I'm not there to ask for clothing or for bedding or whatever the case may be.
True.
If it is in your heart and you do feel like giving anything, you can give. But I'm not asking anything. There's a lot of people in the first video, I had a lot of haters.
Yeah.
Saying that I'm doing it for a benefit. I'm not.
You're not.
These are my kids I look after. This is the one.
And the other one just went inside now.
That's my son, Ishmael. But I look after, I raised her since the age of 3 months.
Oh.
She's 8 years old now.
Oh. Is she a nice lady?
Yeah, she's a beautiful baby girl. So the thing is, what my skill that I want in life is to become an early childhood carer. So I want to look after kids. I want to put up my own piece. I don't want people to help me. I'll do it on my own. I want to open my own piece.
That's the other part.
And then I want to do a...
This is a good point, Tevin. Tevin says this: the same white folks are not even welcome, and I would say back home, to Europe, especially the Netherlands, due to their identity. What a shame that their own European counterparts don't like them.
Homework class. I want to have my aftercare and a crash. So that's my dreams and my goal in life.
That's very
I know it's a difficult thing for me because I only get around for 2 kids, but I focus on God. God is gonna help me.
So you stay. So how many people stay in this house?
It's me, my husband, my 2 kids, and then it's my sister, my elder sister.
Your older sister.
And then I've got like 4 of them that I look after in the afternoon.
Because I always see you after school, they're taking the kids to the...
Yes, they call it like a walking bus.
A walking bus.
So I take them to school and then I bring them home because a lot of parents, they can't afford transport.
Yeah,
Transport is like $8.50 whatever. So I charge them a mere 250 rand.
250 rand.
And that's for the whole month. That includes the aftercare, the homework session, sometimes they sleep over. And so it's a daily routine of having kids around.
It's a daily routine. So how have you been treated after I did that video? Because that video is almost 1 million.
A lot of people came to me and said, I saw you on TikTok, and I'm like, yeah, it's on TikTok. For me, it's just like a norm for me.
And why do you sound so much a lot like colored? Just explain to me.
I was raised with colored people.
Raised with colored people.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit of your childhood, just a little bit, just maybe.
You in the first part you heard my history. So now I was the raising with colored people. So we were about 24 brothers and sisters. So it's colored African because she was a foster parent herself, a safe house. So there was many kids that was adopted and people that were placing kids in safe care by social workers. So it's a mix. We are all mixed gender.
Mixed gender, race.
Females, it's African, it's you name it.
You name it.
So but today I will still say like a person that needs help, it's my brother or it's my sister. I don't acknowledge people like, you have your own parents or whatever the case may be. You're my sister, you're my brother.
Sister. That's true, man. Can you speak a little bit of course?
Yeah, I do, but I have to shy now. But I understand the things.
Yeah, you understand the like, because I told you to understand a little bit of it, you know, because the last time when you talk about it, you actually say something very meaningful that we are all the same. We
believe the same.
We see the same. Because I mean, like, look at the situation you're staying in. Look at the situation you're staying in, and you're a very good person that comes from this place. You know what I mean?
And there's many of good people. It's not it's not like people will say, Blakkies loop are bad. It's a few of the people in Blakkies loop. But to me, everybody, we all the same. Whether you're a drug addict, prostitute, whatever gangster, you're a human being in God's eyes.
So thank you a lot, lady. The time is already moving.
We're gonna do part 3.
Part 3. So I must see you again. I must see you now. Little da say da. And they must follow who? Me.
I love the country I was born in. I like the way of life.
Now this is just an interview of during apartheid, how whites were. See, the white woman that you see before was humble, helpful, but if she had been born prior to apartheid, this is what you would have gotten.
We have an easy living. It's a healthy climate for children and for ourselves. And it's just, I love it.
No problems?
Oh, I have my problems. Certainly I do.
You're saying, is life easy for women in general?
Yes, very. If you wish to make it so.
What makes it so easy?
Well, I think our husbands spoil us, the majority of women. And we grow up in an easy way. We never have to do anything for ourselves.
Okay.
This is talking in an average home, of course. You get the poorer home or you get immigrants and people that refuse to have servants. But if you grow up in an average home where you do your own work, you have servants to do your work. I mean, you're taught the...
you have servants to do your work.
Basic things in housekeeping and to keep your bedroom tidy and so on. But if you feel like something being washed, it's given to the servant to wash. You never have... It's an easy life.
Once you've trained your servants, then they work for you and you don't have to do the work yourself.
Let that sink in. Once you've trained your servants and they work for you, you don't have to do the work yourself.
And I think most South Africans are very lazy. I'm one.
I second that too.
She says that she's very
You go
lazy.
out to work, you come home, and everything's ready for you. You get up in the morning, you don't have to do a thing. But as Cynthia says, you have to train your servants, and that is quite a business to train them.
The pointed thing here is that the easy life is on the white side of the colour bar, and the hard life, with very few exceptions, is on the dark side. And if coloured or African people do, by some good fortune, become money and become wealthy, there's a great limit on what they can do with their wealth. They can't move to a beautiful part of town just because they like the view there. They have to continue to live in a segregated suburb. They really haven't any choice in this matter at all. And every white person who becomes money automatically expects to be able to live where he chooses.
So she was saying that if you're white, if you're black, even if you had money back then, you still couldn't live where you wanted to live.
Pango is one of the 80 squatter camps in the country, which are exclusively inhabited by white people. There's no running water here, and no mains drainage either. Lee is one of the few people concerned for their welfare.
Hallo. Hallo julle. Hoe gaan dit? Kan nie klaar nie, werk julle? Speculeer.
Her aid organisation has come to the rescue of these newly demoted people. Not long ago, the 300 residents of this township were perfectly integrated into society.
Hoe gaan dit?
They were labourers, employees and craftspeople.
Well, you ain't going to believe it. I'm a qualified cabinet maker. And I went to a firm. Their words to me was, sorry, Mr. Kutsia, you are white. You haven't got a job.
In South Africa, law states that from now on, companies must hire people of colour as a priority. The consequence is that, just like Andre and his wife, many white people have found themselves without jobs. In this country, where benefits are practically non-existent, the downfall is brutal. The couple live in this corrugated iron house with a clay floor and struggle to have enough to eat.
So I'm going to make curry and rice now. I'm going to cook curry and rice for you guys, all of you.
Remember me? I'm very hungry.
Okay.
This
time you're going to cook for us? I did. The other day I made pap and sauce and boors. So it was you? No wonder. It was so nice.
Once a week, Lee provides them with a generous lunch. For many of them, it'll be their only meal all day.
Is jy honger? Ja.
Well, how many people are you doing?
Well, we're going to see for the children, let the children eat first. I'm going to try and stretch it as best I can with what we've got. But usually I can feed about 50 to 100. Rice and then with the little bit of meat and sauce.
And they're like eating meat every day?
No, this is a luxury for them. They don't eat meat every day. Jaden is going for his third plate now. He wants more. Yeah.
The organisation also provides them with food supplies, but as often happens, the distribution of it is interrupted by some uninvited guests. These men and women, who have come from a neighbouring shanty town, are members of a radical political party. Their hats bear the initials EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters. It's a movement whose aim is to give back the country's riches to black people. They say they have come in peace.
That means we are one. Despite the color, the blood is one, and then we should take care of one another.
During this stirring speech, other members of the group take advantage of the distraction and steal some of the food. And they're not afraid to show off their loot.
So poor whites are being robbed by poor blacks.
People's food. You saw. We all saw it. He saw it. But yet we must not say a word because they are the ones that are previously disadvantaged. So it is owed to them. And we have to do restitution.
And you say it's the same as us. We are one blood, so we are all the same together.
You are an international journalist, my darling. He'll say that. He's politically correct. They will never, ever admit on camera what's going on. Never.
So what's going on?
What's going on is reverse apartheid.
Apartheid was a system of institutionalized racial segregation and discrimination implemented by the South African government from 1948 to 1994. Rooted in colonial practices, Apartheid divided the nation into racial categories: white, black, colored, and Indian. Under this regime, the white minority, which held political and economic power, oppressed the black majority and other racial groups. Apartheid laws dictated every aspect of life. Black South Africans were forced to live in separate areas called homelands, or townships, often far from economic hubs. They were denied access to quality education, healthcare, and jobs. Public facilities, transportation, and even beaches were segregated. The infamous pass laws required black citizens to carry identification to justify their presence in white-dominated areas.
Now, the reason why I put this in here, because the first part of the video, it's easy for you as a human to be like, man, that's no matter what, people are people. It's kind of sad. But I want you to see what got those white people in the position that they're in today, which is apartheid.
Making movement highly restricted. Resistance to apartheid was fierce. Organizations like the African National Congress, ANC, led by figures such as Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu, mobilized against the regime through protests, strikes, and international advocacy. In response, the government used brutal force, including arrests, torture, and massacres like the Sharpeville Massacre in 1960. Global pressure, including sanctions and boycotts, intensified the fight against apartheid. After decades of struggle, apartheid ended with the democratic election of 1994, where Nelson Mandela became South Africa's first black president. Apartheid's legacy remains evident, but the nation's journey to reconciliation continues.
You may have missed this, it's not been on the news. So in South Africa, the South African government and South African president have just signed off on a law which makes it legal for land seizures or land expropriation, as they call it, from white farmers. Basically what this law says is that if anyone can show that there's been any historical reason or historical abuse that's gone on by the landowners or by the farmers, even going back 50, 100 years when apartheid was in place, then that land can now just be seized from those farmers or expropriated and given to the South African black population.
There's us, the Boers. We don't take part in this, and we're not going to. And we're not going to go away. And we're the rightful owners of this land.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
So this guy says, this white guy says, we are not going to be a part of unity in the country coming together as one as races. We own this land. We bought it from the government who stole it from black people. And he's about to tell them we're not going to be a part of the unity.
Right.
And we the rightful owners of this land. It's a certain amount of people which wants to create a nation of unity. And then there's us, the Boers. We don't take part in this, and we're not going to. And we're not going to go away. And we're the rightful owners of this land. So, so that doesn't mean we doesn't see the sunshine over other people. Okay, if you go back in history, you would actually see that the Boers have negotiated with the tribal chiefs and the kings, and we have see them as equal, and we have give them their peace. Okay.
Now realize, while the white guys are not laughing, these white guys were in their 20s during apartheid. I want you guys to realize this. These are white farm landowners that are losing their farms because there's a law that's been passed after apartheid that the government can come take these white farmers' land and literally give it at a discount to black farmers. These guys were around when injustices were occurring. So they know one thing: to keep their mouths shut. because they really have no defense. They're letting their friend ramble off at the mouth, but technically they know they have no defense because everybody in that room, for the most part, was alive at one age or another during apartheid.
Now,
carry on. We can hear you.
if we want to share one country, we must first accept the realities.
Help me understand something. If we're going to live in the same country, but you don't want unity, how do we do it?
We never wanted unity.
No. I
We never wanted unity.
accept what you're saying. I accept that. That's what you said. What I'm saying is, then how do we live in one country?
Oh, that's very easy, okay? We can live in this country happily if we have proper borders. So if the Boers have their land and the Tswanas have their land and the Zulus have their land, we do not want to mix. Leave Joburg for the cosmopolitans and all this type like
Sounds like apartheid, though.
Yeah, properly, yes.
Okay.
And he said yes. She said sounds like apartheid. He said properly, yes. They came to South Africa, took the land by hook or crook. Now they want to separate it, and if they had it their way, they would split South Africa, and South Africa would be at least 3 different countries. It would no longer be called South Africa. It'd be 3 different countries, such as when Russia split.
All right. Let me hear what my panelists have to say. Mr. Langa?
Why did you give me 30 seconds?
Sit down. Yes, only
These two. This is intimidation.
Tired of your black colonization.
Then leave.
Because we are being bullied. I'm not going because you say I'm going.
I don't care. Please leave. Please leave.
Is this tractor going back this evening?
Life is slowly returning to normal for Robert Smart and his family. In June last year, they were forcefully evicted from their farm by the government of then-President Robert Mugabe.
They came, these people, armed with tear gas and bullets, and trashed everybody out of here. Our people in the compound, us in the houses, us at the offices here, and we were away 6 or 7 months. We only had sort of
During the time they were away, looters took equipment and personal belongings the Smart family had spent years accumulating. What had been left behind was destroyed. Then in November, when Emmerson Mnangagwa took office after ousting Mugabe with the help of the military, he ordered that the Smarts, whose story had been widely reported in the media, be given their farm back.
Yeah,
we were at gobsmacked and they said, you go back.
We go.
And that's when we were quite frightened to come back after being shot at. And they said, we will make sure that you're safe, which they did. The military came out and they cleared everybody off, and they made sure that not just ourselves, but the community and our workers, they're all safe.
This is the welcome Robert and Darren received from the community on the day they returned home.
We are all happy because the community was gaining from Mr. Smart.
Not Mr.
As soon as they reached the farm, the father and son duo got to planting.
Quite a small one, yeah.
Because of the timing of everything, they essentially missed the maize and tobacco season, and that meant that they could only grow potatoes. Now they've already brought in some 6 tons from the patch of land that I'm standing on, and they're hoping that by the end of the season, after they've reaped everything, and that includes the fields behind me, or the green that you see, that they'll bring in some 120 tons to take to market.
Yeah.
That may be a considerable amount, but it comes nowhere near to what they could have harvested had they not been forced off their land.
A lot of black people in the States don't want to admit that statement, GJ. That's way over their heads. That's way over their heads. That what you're saying is 1,000% correct. Black Americans are more white than they want to admit. I'll say that again, include myself when it comes to certain things. Black Americans are far more white in their behavior than they want to admit.
Even before this ordeal, the Smarts were downscaled from 8,000 hectares to 700 hectares of land during Mugabe's controversial land reform policy in the early 2000s. But they say leaving Zimbabwe has never been an option for them.
Even though all the hardships we went through those days, we've never said that we are afraid of living in Zimbabwe. Actually, a lot of people, when we were evicted in June, they said, come across, we'll buy plane tickets for you. Come over to UK, come to America. We said, no, we're staying home. We're going to fight for our home. We're going to make sure we try to get back.
Now they have their home back, and they say they are looking forward to a bright future for Zimbabwe.
So if the white farmers leave, we'll be fine in SA.
If the white farmers leave, then we are going to enter civil war. Because people are going to come into your house to get food. The hungry will eat the rich.
So I'm going to eat soul.
If you're hungry, you will eat soul. You look yummy.
Me, dog. You know where to start, boy. You'll finish me, man.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's the quickest way you can. And there's nothing else that can make this country like it's hurting people here. But the quickest we can get to a very abnormal situation is for people not to have food. Okay, this is why our government is making efforts to have these 350 grants, and we don't like them as taxpayers, but let the people go hungry. Then you will see, and we are very close, very close.
There are a lot of illegal immigrants here in South Africa who are white people. Many of them are found in Cape Town. One of them the other day tweeted that I came to Cape Town for tourism 6 months. I can't believe I even stayed for more than 12 months. It's so nice. This thing can't hear that he's saying it's illegal in the country, but it doesn't apply to white people. There was never an outrage on Twitter that she doesn't have visa. Had a black person said that, or my brother, the way is so nice here in Hillborough. I didn't even renew my visas. You will go home the following day. Our own people will go hunting for that person. But I looked at that thing of that white lady with interest, and I wanted to see what is going to be the reaction. Nothing.
A group of 49 white South Africans have left their homeland for America after being offered refugee status by the Trump administration.
White farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa.
The South African government says claims of Afrikaners being prosecuted are completely false.
You know why? And she just confirmed that those statements that Trump made was absolutely false. You know why Trump could say that? Let me bring that back a little bit.
Are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa.
The South African government says claims of Afrikaners being prosecuted are completely false.
You know why Trump could do that? Because in America, we ain't gonna do shit about it. If he lie or if he tell the truth. We ain't gonna do nothing about it. What we gonna do? Complain a little bit on social media and nothing else. And since Trump and other politicians know that, until Americans start stepping up and doing something about these type of politicians, it's going to continue to go on, and Trump going to continue to think about it, guys. Y'all ain't even had Trump in office 4 months yet. I want you guys to really think about the hell that America has gone through as a country in less than 4 months. You guys got 3+ more years to go. You think you living in hell that's about to come. Prices of everything I told y'all about a month ago, within the next 2 to 3 months, once the tariff prices kick in, the prices of everything in the States is going to get crazy high. That man won't even be in office 6 months left. 6 months before the tariffs kick in. This man took y'all and put y'all in the middle of an economic war. He's kicking out and capturing as many black and brown people as possible, but at the same time shipping in white people. And you want to look at me and others crazy for using our passports and getting the hell up out of there. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
One of Trump's closest advisors, Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa, has previously said there was a genocide of white people in the country, but that has been widely discredited.
The president has shown support for South African refugees that are coming to the United States next week. Can you talk about what these refugees are fleeing and why this is a priority for the administration?
Well, the president has actually signed an executive order on that matter. My office can get it back to you, Michael. But this group in South Africa has faced racial persecution. In fact, the government there has vowed to take away their farmland that they own. And so the president has talked significantly about this. As for further details,
these are not terms of being a refugee. If the government takes your land, that does not make you a refugee. These people having deal with racial issues, dude. When it came to government taking land or attacking a person because of race, bruh, we all refugees. If based off of the definition that her and Trump and everybody else is given, the people are being deleted, man, we all refugees. If you black in the United States, you're the descendant of refugees or a current person dealing with a situation that we all qualify as refugees if what she's saying is true and what Trump is saying is true. We all qualify to go to another country and file asylum.
On refugee claims and asylum claims, I would defer you to the State Department.
Have y'all seen this? A group of white South Africans just arrived in the U.S. as refugees. Now, they're part of an ethnic group known as the Afrikaners, and they are predominantly descendants of Dutch settlers in South Africa. They're also known for their rule in South Africa during apartheid. And if you don't know, apartheid was an institutionalized form of segregation that was in South Africa for decades. And that meant that oftentimes people who weren't white faced significant discrimination. So anyway, the group that just arrived in the U.S., they're now claiming that they're facing discrimination and racially based violence in their country. And back in February, President Trump signed an executive order to help them resettle, calling out South Africa for disregarding its citizens. The South African government, however, is completely denying those claims. But now all of this is causing a lot of people to question if the Trump administration is just more so favoring white people, since a lot of refugee admissions from other countries like Afghanistan, Sudan, and even the Congo have been denied. So y'all know why I'm here. I'm curious to know what you guys think. Let's chat in the comments.
So people in the Congo and other places have been denied asylum from President Trump. And these are people that are dealing with real genocide.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. All over the world, they're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia. Mexico sends its people. They're not sending their best. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. They don't speak the language. They don't have the culture. These are stone cold killers. They'll walk into your kitchen. They'll cut your throat. They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
Haiti has a tremendous AIDS problem. Many of those people will probably have AIDS, and they're coming into our country.
They took the criminals out of Caracas, and they put them along your border, and we have to live with these animals. Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. They're rough people, in many cases from jails, prisons, from mental institutions, insane asylums. You know, insane asylum, that's Silence of the Lambs stuff. I told them not to let the Syrians in because we have no idea who they are. They could be ISIS and they might not be, but they could be ISIS.
Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed. It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me.
Well, the Trump administration has made it virtually impossible for many refugees to come to the United States, but the president is making a special exception for a group of 59 white South Africans who have now been granted refugee status. They arrived at Dulles Airport just outside of Washington, D.C. on a charter flight that was paid for by the U.S. government. The Trump administration approved their application.
Those are the cleanest refugees I have ever seen in my life. I've seen some refugees, but those are some clean refugees. Whenever we usually see refugees coming from Cuba, they looking rough. Haitian refugees looking rough. Asian refugees look like times was tight. These are the biggest, fattest, healthiest, cleanest, yet whitest refugees I have ever seen in the history of Andre. I have never in my life. I've been watching the news since the days of Walter Cronkite. And I'm telling you now, I ain't never seen refugees looking this healthy. Look like they can pass a physical. But they're talking about times are tight and they're losing everything in Africa.
Applications in just under 3 months. That is much faster than the normal process, which can take years. The president and his top advisor, Elon Musk, who is South African, have made allegations that white farmers in the country are being discriminated against under land reform policies. Now,
white farmers in South Africa, as you're going to discover, still control over 70+% of the land in South Africa. 71% of the farming land is still owned by white people like this that Trump is trying to say are starving.
Africa's government says those policies are necessary to remedy the legacy of apartheid and calls the allegations of discrimination unfounded.
Look at these people. These people look like co-workers. They're so clean. This dude look at the big dude in the back. Look at the big dude in the back. Look like he could have been at any NFL football game enjoying a beer with the rest of us, doesn't he? Look at big lady with the glasses on. Ain't nothing hungry about these people. And Trump said that this is just the beginning. So if y'all think that he put in all that work just for 59 people, y'all crazy. Or to send a message to the world that I could do this, y'all crazy. Trump is showing y'all what I can do with an executive order pen. I don't need Congress. By the time y'all take it to court, I've done my damage. As far as we know, these are Americans from down the street because they dang sure look American.
And completely false. The Episcopal Church, which has worked for decades to resettle refugees, says they will not be helping this time around, calling it painful to watch one group of refugees receive preferential treatment over many others who have been waiting in refugee camps or in dangerous conditions for years. But the White House says this is the beginning of a much larger relocation effort, guys.
You see what they said? This is just the beginning of a much larger relocation effort for white refugees.
President Cyril Ramaphosa says that his administration will continue to push for transformation in the country. Speaking at the Africa CEO Forum in Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire, Ramaphosa said that the 49 white Afrikaners who left for the United States are not facing persecution in South Africa. Trump's administration is offering refugee programs to some white South Africans that it claims face discrimination.
We've raised our own concern because those people who are being enticed to go to the United States do not fit the definition of a refugee. A refugee is someone
refugees with luggage. Can y'all answer me that one? When was the last time y'all saw refugees
being enticed to go to
luggage all the way up to his chest? He got luggage.
To the United States do not fit the definition of a refugee. A refugee is someone who has to leave their country out of fear of political persecution, religious persecution. They don't fit that bill. They don't fit that description. And I had a conversation with President Trump on the phone, and he said, what's happening down there? And I said, President, what you've been told by those people who are opposed to transformation back home in South Africa is not true. And I added to him, I said, we were well taught by Nelson Mandela and other iconic leaders like Oliver Tambo on how to continue to build a united nation out of the diverse groupings that we have in South Africa. We're the only country on the continent where the colonizers came to stay, and we have never driven them out of our country. So they are staying, and they're making great progress. It's a fringe grouping that does not have a lot of support, that is anti-transformation and anti-change, that would actually prefer to see South Africa going back to apartheid type of policies.
Quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom, they will bloom. And we are excited to welcome you here.
Them white South Afrikaners, they finally lick and took it. They finally lick and took it. Because I'm seeing a lot of comments like this saying that, yo, you guys better watch out. These people are not even farmers.
Whites.
You know how many comments I've seen that said that from white South Africans as well as black South Africans? This is going to be interesting. Because from what I'm hearing, they already got their citizenship. You know the hurdles you have to go through here to get your citizenship, but they already do. I'm telling you, I don't know what kind of connection Elon Musk have, but that money is getting him somewhere. But anyways, it'll be interesting to see what they're gonna do, because if they're all supposedly farmers, how I'm just thinking what kind of job they're gonna have. Y'all, America is not the America it used to be. Like, people are really struggling over here to buy eggs. They're gonna find out you really gotta work hard for your money.
But she don't realize they're gonna give them what they need for at least the first 5 years. I don't know what the hell she talking about.
But you know what? We ain't gotta say nothing else. We ain't gotta say nothing else. So much can be said, but we ain't gotta say nothing else. They're just gonna have to find out.
Is this what a refugee looks like? Some of these people look like they've never struggled a day in their life. Like they have never missed meals. I don't know if it's just me, but I find it very funny and ironic that 8.1% of white South Africans, or should I say Afrikaner farmers, who own 72% of the land in South Africa are coming to the United States as refugees? When their ancestors came to South Africa and seized land from the natives, when their ancestors created apartheid and made sure that black people were disenfranchised in South Africa, where was the outrage? They didn't see many of those black South Africans getting refugee status in the United States. Wasn't it 1994 and apartheid was abolished? It was like almost 30 years ago. But now all of a sudden, you're complaining about crime. When crime happens because of poverty, disenfranchisement, and the fact that the same black people that are the majority of the population are still living in the slums of Soweto, are still facing economic disparities, don't have access to the inheritance that you guys stole. You want to call these 50 people refugees, but then you ban people from countries that are suffering actual wars. South Sudan, Eritrea, like what?
Donald Trump's administration is aiming to bring the first...
Look at this. You got white people in the United States can't wait for their white folks to come through.
Group of white South Africans to the United States via its refugee program as soon as next week. 3 people familiar with the matter have said it's a divisive move.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Especially given that Trump has been blocking refugee admissions from the rest of the world. 2 of the sources who requested...
Look at this. When was the last time you saw refugees with bags in hand, suitcases, luggage? Come on now, these are the cleanest refugees ever.
Anonymity as they were sharing internal plans.
Come on, they got backpacks, suitcases, clean suitcases. That doesn't look like any old raggedy luggage.
Said their aim is to fly the initial cohort of around 50 Afrikaners into Washington Dulles International Airport in...
That's the initial group, the initial cohort. They got plans to bring some more white people to the United States, believe you me.
Virginia.
It was like an answered prayer.
Life coach Katia Beeden is administrator of a website that seeks to help white South Africans take up Trump's offer.
We've been forgotten. It's very hard for us to travel. It's very hard for us to get visas. So to suddenly hear that a country like the United States is offering us refugee status.
No, don't put that on the United States, mama. Don't put that on the United States. Put that on white people in the United States. Put it where it belongs. White people in the United States want white people from other countries. Blacks, Latins, as well as other groups did not co-sign this. We did not co-sign this. So don't be trying to put out there that the United States will look out for we did what we need to do. Thank you, United States. Don't put that on us. Don't put that on us.
Was a really big deal. And I was so excited. I felt so relieved. It just felt like a lifeline.
In February, Trump issued an executive order that called for the US to resettle Afrikaner refugees. It said Afrikaners, who are descendants of mostly Dutch early settlers, were victims of unjust racial discrimination. The assertion that minority white South Africans face discrimination from the black majority has spread in far-right circles for years and been echoed by Trump's white South African-born ally, Elon Musk.
I guess the key issue just to highlight is that none of this is actually true.
Political analyst TK Poe says the refugee scheme has created a false narrative that South Africa is a country going through some civil war.
And then secondly, within the internal borders of South Africa, it really has created a lot of division. It's almost as though President Trump has gone out of his way to sow internal division.
Violence against white farmers and a law allowing for the expropriation and redistribution of land are often cited as evidence of anti-white discrimination in South Africa. However, out of 26,000 murders in South Africa last year, just 44 were linked to farming communities, according...
Damn. Wait a minute. Did he say 26,000 murders in one country? South Africa, y'all got to do better than this, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. 26,000 murders?
This is actually true.
Political analyst TK Poe says the refugee scheme has created a false narrative that South Africa is a country going through some civil war.
And then secondly, within the internal borders of South Africa, it really has created a lot of division. It's almost as though President Trump has gone out of his way to sow internal division.
Violence against white farmers and a law allowing for the expropriation and redistribution of land are often cited as evidence of anti-white discrimination in South Africa. However, out of 26,000 murders in South Africa last year, just 44 were linked to farming communities, according to police statistics. Crime researchers say the overwhelming majority of murder victims are black. In addition, 3/4 of private land in South Africa is white-owned and not a single expropriation has taken place. South Africa's government has criticized Trump's program, saying that
wait a minute. So even though they have a law to take the people's land, they haven't taken the people's land. He said not a single procreation has taken place. So even though they have a law in place where the government can take the land, they haven't taken any of the land from the white people.
it fails to recognize South Africa's history of colonialism and apartheid. It added that it's ironic that refugee status is being offered to people from the most economically privileged part of South African society. The average white household owns 20 times the wealth of the average black household.
The average white household owns 20 times the wealth of the average black household in South Africa.
According to International Academic Journal, the Review of Political Economy. Official data shows unemployment rates are far higher among black citizens.
As long as it's not here, you can go anywhere you want.
Trump's order also came after he'd suspended all U.S. refugee admissions, citing security and cost concerns. Thousands of Afghans, Congolese and others fleeing conflicts were blocked even after they'd been vetted and cleared.
What Biden did to this.
I hope y'all ready for what this means. If you think the racism in this country is out of control, wait till you see what the white South Africans are gonna bring to this country. President Trump signed an executive order in February granting an exception for white South Africans to be coming here as refugees. Now, nothing's wrong with their country. They're not seeking asylum. They're not being mistreated in South Africa. They are told that they are going to treat everybody equally, and they don't want that because remember, they colonized South Africa, and now they're going to be in your neighborhoods. Here they come, taking over your neighborhoods. They have refugee status. They're going to seek asylum here. They're going to get all kinds of social benefits, but that's okay as long as they're not Venezuelan. That's okay as long as they're not Mexican. It's okay as long as they're not from Cuba. But since they're white, bring them on over. We'll take them. No worries.
These are the first group of white South Africans who've been fast-tracked into refugee status. The Trump administration made a big thing about cracking down on immigration and suspending the refugee resettlement program. So questions are being asked on why has such an exception been made for this group of people?
White farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated in South Africa.
Billionaire Elon Musk grew up in apartheid South Africa. He's one of Donald Trump's closest advisors, and he claims that there is a genocide of white people happening. South Africa's foreign minister says that there has been no land confiscation, and Donald Trump's claims that murders are happening in large numbers is not backed by any police data.
Welcome. Welcome to the United States of America. We respect what you have had to deal with these last few years. We respect the long tradition of your people and what you have accomplished over the years.
So where are all the white South Africans going to live? Are they sending them to like MAGA cities? Seriously, like who's putting them up? Is there already a compound that's been built for white South Africans, are they getting money? Do they get food stamps? Like, who's going to take care of them? What kind of resources are they using? You know, I'd love to know. I'd love to know why they're coming here in the first place. I mean, that's probably an obvious question, but I'm sure that all of you MAGA people are okay with it, because your only thing that you're going to say is, they're coming here the right way. It's fine. They're coming here the right way.
They're coming here the white.
No, bitch. They're coming here the white way.
Oh, there we go.
It's like we're living in Twilight Zone. I don't get it. We're gonna deport people. We're going to snatch them up from their homes, regardless if anybody shows proof of who they are and anything else. Like, ICE agents doesn't have to prove who they are, and people don't have to prove if they have citizenship or green card status or anything that protects them to stay in this country. Sometimes you could be a U.S. citizen and get deported on accident, I guess. And then even when you find out, I guess it's just above our heads now. On top of all of this, we're now giving refugee status to white South Africans. What the fuck is going on here? Like, what the fuck?
The orange one and the awkward one have decided to bus a whole bunch of white South Africans into the United States while deporting black and brown people out of America. Apparently, being a white South African is just so hard with all that racism against the white people. And every time they try to go to other white countries like Australia and England, those countries are like, no. But America is like, oh my God, you're a white racist person who already has a history of hating black people. Here is your green card. These white South Africans are in for a surprise because, like I said, Americans don't actually want them here. And I'm not even talking about, the sensible Americans that think this is absolutely insane and discriminatory and inhumane. But I'm talking about even the Republicans, the red states, the MAGA. They don't actually want them here. They just need to bolster their population because, according to them, the white population is, under the threat of extinction. So they're getting as many white refugees that they can, which I digress a little bit. Back in the 70s, when the birth rates of white people and immigrants from Europe stopped coming to America with good reason. So now they've gone all the way out to South Africa to find white people that want to be here. The reason why I said white South Africans are not going to have fun in America is because in South Africa, white South Africans are the numeric minority, okay? South Africa has 63 million people. White people are only 4.4 million. That is 7.3%. Meanwhile, in America, the population is 336 million. The white population is 225 million. So these white South Africans are only used to competing with 4.4 million people. In America, they're going to be competing against 225 million, half of which don't even want them there, and the other half are only tolerating them.
Mates, if you don't know what is going on in the streets, I'm about to spill the tea, okay? All you have to do, like the video, share the video, put on favorite, and tell me at the end of the video, what do you think? So Trump to send private jet to South Africa to pick the white South African as refugees and take them to the US. So we can call them Afrikaners. And the reason for them to be a refugee, it's unknown. Hey, so my question, what do you guys think? Let me know.
How racist this new administration truly is.
This is some of the most racist shit I've ever heard of. In 1913, South Africa had white supremacists running the country, and they created apartheid, which created segregation and discrimination laws against black South Africans. It was whites only South African businesses, whites only South African movie theaters, whites only South African swimming pools. South Africa was on that racist shit just like America treated black folks. So in 1913, white South Africans took over South Africa with force. White South Africans stole land owned by black South Africans. Fast forward to 2025. 3 of Trump's biggest supporters are 3 of the most richest men on the planet. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and David Sachs are 3 billionaires that fully support Trump.
Here's the catch. Here's the catch.
Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and David Sachs are all white South Africans.
Y'all caught that? All 3 of his top advisors that are billionaires are South African. Now, this woman is going to explain she lives in South Africa, and she's telling you everything that y'all hearing about from Trump is a lie.
This is for the Americans. If you're not an American, feel free to watch, but please try and get it to the Americans. My name is Bianca van Wyk, born in South Africa, live in South Africa. Today you will be welcoming.
Back for you guys again.
I have or only tolerance.
Let's bring the
The
brother
segregation and discrimination laws against black South Africans. It was whites only South African businesses, whites only South African movie theaters, whites only South African swimming pools. South Africa was on that racist shit just like America treated black folks. So in 1913, white South Africans took over South Africa with force. White South Africans stole land owned by black South Africans. Fast forward to 2025. 3 of Trump's biggest supporters are 3 of the most richest men on the planet. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and David Sachs are 3.
So you want to look those 3 up? Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, David Sachs.
3 billionaires that fully support Trump. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and David Sachs are all white South Africans.
This is for the Americans. If you're not an American, feel free to watch, but please try and get it to the Americans. My name is Bianca van Wyk, born in South Africa, live in South Africa. Today you will be welcoming the so-called white Afrikaans refugees. They are there based on an offer made to them, which I must say was informed by disinformation about South Africa. Now, I've seen a lot of takes on who Americans think they are receiving. Okay, you are not getting successful, professional, white, middle class South Africans that are fleeing South Africa. The people you are getting are the people that believe that there is discrimination against them based on their race. Keep in mind, we live in the most unequal country in the world.
This pisses me clean off. White South Africans are 7.3% of the population as of the 2022 census. White South African farmers own 72% of farmland in South Africa. 7.3% of the population own over 70% of the farmland. And you're trying to tell me that that 7.3% is the oppressed?
Right.
7.3 eats off of over 70%.
We have, for instance, 70% of agricultural land and agricultural holdings are owned by white South Africans. 62 to 68% of top leadership positions in corporate are filled by white males. There is a huge salary disparity between white South Africans and the rest of the population. And there are a number of other indicators which shows you that this story of discrimination based on race is false. Another thing that I wanted to say is that you will get certain so-called refugees that have experienced crime. However, in South Africa, no one is exempt. These people that you are welcoming assume because they're white, they should not experience crime. The people most affected by crime in South Africa.
They assume that because they're white, they should not experience crime.
Happen to be black people that live in poverty. So as you open your doors and welcome people, and you're going to get a lot of information and disinformation from these people, please do keep that in mind. Oh, I also would like to say all the best and good luck to the Americans.
Of sponsoring a family that is fleeing South Africa due to the...
Now remember, don't forget, you're seeing 2019, a time an American took in a white family from South Africa to take care of them due to apartheid genocide in South Africa. This was in 2019. He moved these white people into his home. Let's see what happens.
The white genocide. I am not going to let a white group of people suffer and not help them because I've been bullied into not giving a shit. That ain't me. Wrong dude. Don't care. These people want to be Americans. They don't want to be South Africans anymore because that country was given over the minute that fucking cocksucking communist Mandela was let out of prison. They're going to live in my house and I'm going to fucking feed them and take care of them.
Suffice to say that I got involved in the
2020. Here we go.
The abuse of the minority white race in South Africa a couple of years ago. Got heavily involved. Ultimately ended up sponsoring a family of 4 and helped facilitate them from Africa. And obviously, it turned out bad. They did play me, and they admit. In fact, that was one of the things they said was they're bragging about how they played me like a sport game. I spent over $30,000 in that 11 months in money, and
he spent $30,000 over 11 months of money sponsoring white people, his people in South Africa. He thinking that, see, black people have learned this. Black people have already learned. White folk, I'm about to give you a lesson. You ready? Black people have already learned. Everybody that's your skin folk ain't your kin folk. I'm gonna say this again, white people. Y'all can have this too. We're gonna share this one. This one we're gonna share. White folks, got some news for you. Everybody that's your skin folk ain't your kin folk. You thought that you was just letting some white folks in your house and it was just gonna all be hunky-dory, huh? Y'all just gonna live the hills of Kentucky with glee, huh? You was gonna show them how rednecks do it, huh? Everybody that's your skin folk ain't your kin folk. Now we gonna share that one with you. We still use it, but so white people, we gonna share that one with you. You gonna learn today. You gonna learn today.
Fed and clothed them. So I might be stupid enough to have fallen for that because I thought with my heart instead of my head. You know what?
I thought with my heart instead of my head. I clothed them, I fed them.
They cost me a lot of money when they were here. Suck and parasite and use people, and then when they're done, they just fucking, go on to the next fucking victim. When they talk to me, it's like, hey, we're a good family, we own a business, and we're hardworking people, and when we get to America, the way we'll pay the rent will be we'll work for you guys, all right. If anything, we had to work 10 times as hard just to fucking take care of these people.
He said they told him, well, hey, we the same people, bruh. When we get to America, we hardworking people. Hey, ain't gonna be no problem. We gonna help pay the rent. It's gonna be good. He said, man, them people got to my house, man. I had to work 10 times as much to take care of them. Everybody that's your skin folk ain't your kin folk, white boy.
I mean, in 11 months, I got my grass cut 3 times. One time ended up being in a huge argument. Everything fucking free. Lay around, watch TV, and watch fucking movies for 11 months and fucking chain smoke cigarettes.
Is South Africa safe?
He said they sat around watching television and movies, chain smoking cigarettes in this man's house.
That's the #1 question asked before people travel here. Let's start with the facts. South Africa has one of the highest intentional homicide rates in the world. That's just a fact. But it's also a fact that the 6 most dangerous cities in the world are all in Mexico, a country Americans travel to all the time. The 7th most dangerous city is St. Louis in the United States. Context and location matter so much here, and the truth is, while South Africa does have a lot of crime, where you are is hugely dependent on your experience. I've been to South Africa twice now, and both trips were amazing. If you stick to the major tourist areas and use common sense, you're going to have a wonderful time. Almost all crimes against tourists are crimes of opportunity. Always be aware of your surroundings, don't wear flashy jewelry or carry visible, expensive camera equipment, and avoid walking around alone at night. If in doubt, just take an Uber. While townships get a bad reputation, there's still a lot worth seeing, especially in Soweto. I would just recommend going during the day and using a local guide, which you can easily find online. South Africa is an amazing country to visit, and when you put into context where the crime actually happens and avoid rough neighborhoods by sticking to the main tourist sites, you're going to have a wonderful time.
All right, I'm just going to reply to this comment. I went to South Africa alone, and I felt very safe. I mean, while I was out there and before I got there, I did hear it's very dangerous. I also went to Brazil alone, which is also very dangerous. So maybe I'm just crazy, but I'm also from New York City, so my head is always on a swivel. I know I grew up that way. Like, I'm always watching out for my surroundings. So for me, I mean, I even in South Africa in the daytime, I was walking. Like, I was walking 40 minutes, 30 minutes. I did not take an Uber. I wanted to see everything. I mean, when the nighttime came, as soon as the sunset hit at 6:47, I was at my Airbnb.
South Africa has been named as one of the safest countries in the world if World War III breaks out. There's a lot of speculation at the moment about the possibility of a third world war, considering everything going on around the globe. This has led many to speculate what would be the safest countries to be in the event of a world war. And South Africa has been named on several of these lists, along with countries like Switzerland, Greenland, Iceland, New Zealand, and Fiji. According to these articles, South Africa is considered safe because of its geographical location. It's quite out of the way and far from where the conflict would be hypothetically. Also, in the event of food shortages from a global war, South Africa has plenty of fertile land and wild game to sustain itself, according to the article. The way South Africans are reacting to this is hilarious. South Africa is full. We send thoughts and prayers though. Sekwena, go to New Zealand or Australia. South Africa is a movie and you need survival skills to live here. Applications are closed.
Is Africa safe? Anytime I go back to Africa, and I go a lot, there's always some people in the States who will always say, be careful. Isn't it dangerous? Well, just like anywhere in America, it depends on where you go. In the United States now, just going to Walmart can get you killed, right? But for this video, we're going to talk about the top 5 safest countries in all of Africa. And if you like the video, be sure to follow, because I'm actually going to do a follow-up video revealing the most dangerous countries in Africa. So to help us figure this out, we're going to use something called the Global Peace Index, or GPI. Global Peace Index is an annual report that measures and ranks the peacefulness of 163 countries to determine the world's most peaceful and safest countries. The index actually measures 23 indicators of peace. Just to give you an idea, out of 163 countries on the list, the United States ranks 129. Now, if you're struggling with the math, that means there are 128 countries out of 163 that are actually considered to be more peaceful than the United States. And by the way, according to this index, there's actually quite a few African countries that are considered to be safer and more peaceful than the United States as well. And I'm curious, which ones do you think they are? Leave a comment below if you can guess which countries in Africa are actually safer than the United States. Let's get into the top 5 safest countries in Africa. At number 5 is Sierra Leone. Number 4, we have Botswana. Number 3, we have Gambia. Number 2, Ghana. Number 1, Mauritius.
Okay, y'all need to hear this. Today, 59 individuals from South Africa, Afrikaneers, were flown into the U.S. quietly and directly. No international process, no long wait, just in. Why? Because they match a certain narrative. And while other families fleeing crisis, danger, and instability are left behind or delayed for years, these people, they got right in. Some are calling it a safety issue, but leaders in South Africa and global organizations have pushed back. There's no international agreement that these folks were in immediate danger. This isn't about safety. It's about preference. And that raises the real question. Would this have happened so fast if they didn't look the part? And here's what really matters. When we make quiet exceptions for a few, we tell the world who we think is worth saving and who isn't. That choice shapes our future more than we know. So tell me in the comments, do you believe policy should be about need or about image? Follow for updates and share this to keep eyes on this situation.
She made a good point. that a lot of us don't think about. Throughout the last, I'll say, good 70 years, America has made, sadly, a lot of enemies of a lot of countries based on how we just have deleted their leaders, or how we just start wars in their country to satisfy our own lusts. But she made a point of how we built enemies as well. Because we show biasness of one culture over another culture, this move will build enemies. We think we got enough enemies as it is. This move right here will cause Black, brown, and other cultures to sit back and say, you know what? We ain't doing business with America no more. We done with this. We're not going to continue to babysit America because of this behavior pattern that they have. We're done. There's going to be a lot of countries that are not going to sit back and just let this slide. And we as Americans, our ego is so big, we automatically assume, well, it don't matter. We got money and we got military. We always run to those two things. We think because we got money and military solves all problems. And yet and still, we're paying higher and higher prices every year. The average American can't afford a house, can barely afford car and car insurance. You can barely put your kids in any type of school. You can barely afford the school uniforms and the school supplies. Yet we always want to run back to, we got the military and we got the money. Yeah, but we're starting to build arch enemies because of the stupid stuff our government is doing. It's not the average, it's rarely it's the average American that's causing this. Most of the time, it's our politicians that are doing things that causes us to have more enemies. The last thing we need are more people looking at us like I'll F with you. Another thing, when it comes to travel, have you noticed you can't travel with an American privilege anymore? Those of us that travel, we travel respectfully now. There is no, I'm an American and that you need to bow down. Anybody that travels now over the last 4 years, you know, keep your damn mouth shut. If somebody asks you from the States, okay, cool, go on, say something. If you run across somebody from the States, that's cool. But that running around trying to be egotistical American, nobody cares about that. You'll come up missing. There are a lot of countries that's pissed off at us. The days of walking around the planet and getting off a plane and bragging about that you're American. No, Papi. No, Papi Chulo. Them days are over. Papi Chulo, those days are over. Ain't no females having sex. Females are sexing y'all in these countries because y'all dumb enough to throw a bunch of money at them. That's why they sexing y'all. But they dang sure ain't sexing y'all because y'all American. Yeah, they want me because of green card. That's American ego talking. That's your American ego talking because that's how Americans in the States talk. But those of us who travel, we know one thing. Be respectful and shut the hell up. Because that American privilege, those years are over. You get somebody to go upside your head in another country, not knowing what the U.S. government did to them in their country. We know to keep quiet.
South Africa's white population has rejected President Donald Trump's offer to resettle them as refugees in the United States after Pretoria recently enacted the expropriation law. On Friday, February 7th, President Trump signed a...
Hey, T-Mac, yesterday, no, Saturday, Sabado, Andre and I went to the opening of Cristo Rey. I'm gonna show you guys that Cristo Rey is a giant statue of Christ, like the one they have in Brazil. We got one in Cali, right? The third one is in Peru. During the tour, because it's a tour now, it used to be you just walk up to Cristo Rey, but it took them 2 years to do the renovation. It is beautiful, beautiful. When you come to Cali, you got to go to Cristo Rey now. They ask you where you're from. Now I'm there with Andrea and her family, and they say, you know, everybody starts naming, I'm from Cartagena, I'm from Medellin, some people, I'm from Cali, I'm from this country, I'm from that country. Andrea family looks at me and says, Andre, they kind of nudge me, Andre. I turn around at them, I said, oh no, Americano, mi colombiano, Afro-Colombiano, Americano, no para mí, not para mí, not para mí, no. And everybody started laughing and so forth. But I was pseudo serious. I have put too many years into one country to sit back and pretend like I haven't been here that long. Some of y'all gonna be like that in a couple years when you relocate. Watch. Some of you dudes gonna be in Italy so long, you gonna feel more like you Italian than your home country. I ain't gonna lie, I can relate to the white South Africans when they sit back and say, listen, I don't know nothing about Dutch land. I don't know nothing about Austria. I haven't been here for my family ain't been in Austria for 4 generations. I can understand where they coming from with that, because I kid you not, I felt the exact same way. When them people was like, well, Andrea found, you ain't gonna tell me you from Florida? Hell no. Them days of American privilege, no, papi. Mi todo colombiano. Believe that, especially, hey, T-Mac, especially next year when we get our citizenship, shit. We got dual citizenships next year. Them bragging rights about being America, them days are over. I kid y'all not, man, we was on the tour, they was like, hey, everybody was talking, I'm from there, I'm from there. Andre and the family was looking at me like, you ain't gonna say nothing now? No, Americano. No, mommy. No. For real. I'm not from America, I'm from Detroit. Believe it.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
I ain't from the United States, I'm from Detroit. That's where I'm from. Where you from? United States? I'm from Detroit. Believe that one. Tim said, he said, it would tickle the heck out of me if they asked Andre to speak Spanish, speak Espanol. What would be his response? Espanol muy mal. That's what it would be. Espanol es muy mal. Aiken said this. He said, if only want to understand what the geopolitical strategy is for America over post 50, 60 years, they need to read the grand chessboard. I need to write that down. Oh, there go my pens. The grand chessboard. You ain't said nothing but a word, brother. Shoot, another book they can read is Plato's Republic by I think Aristotle or Socrates wrote it. Plato's Republic tells you everything about our governments. Literally, you can even look up Plato's Republic, the animated. If you don't even want to read the book, you can just look it up on YouTube. The Cliff Notes of Plato Republic, or the animated Cliff Notes of Plato Republic. It literally breaks down how the American government system blinds you in order to keep you in line. Plato's Republic. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for the book suggestion. Yeah, man. That's serious. Detroit is almost Canada for. If you live in Detroit, you live in Canada for real. That's serious. That is true. He says it's like 12 hours long. Okay, cool. Yeah, Plato's Republic. Plato's Republic is like almost a college required reading, man. Plato's Republic is what, man. It's a thin book. It's not thick, and you can get the audio version on YouTube, or you can look at the Cliff Notes on YouTube, and there's animated Cliff Notes. So if you just want to watch an animated version of what the book is about, Plato's Republic, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. You want that book too? All of our hero movies, all of our favorite comic books, all of Marvel, DC, all this was based off the book. Star Wars, Star Trek, every hero movie you ever saw, every hero book you ever read was based off the book, The Hero with 1,000 Faces. All of Will Smith's movies, everything. The Hero with 1,000 Faces. Yep. The Allegory of the Cave. Absolutely correct. On YouTube. That's what you want to look up right there. If you want to see the animated version, the true Cliff Notes of what the book is about. Now, the book is a little bit more detailed, but the Cliff Notes, the animated Cliff Notes, I kid you not, are on point about Plato's Republic. That's probably at least in my top 5 favorite books to read of all time. Like I said, it's not too thick. It's one of those small, thin books, kind of like The World's Greatest Salesman. Come on, y'all ain't read Og Mandingo's World's Greatest Salesman or The Richest Man in Babylon. You got to have Richest Man in Babylon in your arsenal too. Some of those small, thinner books that are just life-changing. World's Greatest Salesman, Richest Man in Babylon, Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. Got to have Man's Search for Meaning in your arsenal. Viktor Frankl was a psychiatrist and a psychologist. He was a Jew that got captured got put in a concentration camp for years, lost his family and everything. And they were like, how did you survive it? He came up with the theory of no matter what happens to you in life, it's your attitude that will give you the ability to survive. And he said, I believe, so when he finally escaped the concentration camp years later, his practice was back, and he helped so many people throughout the years change their attitudes towards life. And it made their lives better. Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Great book, too. And all these books are on Amazon. On Amazon, or you could just listen to the audio on YouTube. Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, right there. Plato's Republic, right there. World's Greatest Salesman, right there. Richest Man in Babylon, right there. All the audio books are on YouTube. The Gentle Art of Verbal Self-Defense. How to negotiate and debate people without letting them move you emotionally. The Gentle Art of Verbal Self-Defense. That book's been out for a while too. The Millionaire Next Door. Who Moved My Cheese? Great business books. The Millionaire Next Door lets you know how the average millionaire in the world basically lives like everybody else. Well, actually, the average millionaire in the United States basically lives like everybody else. Nice home, but they ain't throwing it out there. It ain't they trying to live like the Kardashians. Who Moved the Cheese? Come on now. Yeah. Yep, multi-level marketing books. Oh, yeah. I remember those days. I remember my multi-level marketing days. Yes, sir. All right, gentlemen, let's get back to the video. Oh, man, I got that back here. I got that back here. Yep. Yes, sir. Black Economics. Great book. I'll tell you a great book that you guys really need to get for real. I'm giving a book promotion real quick for this. This is not my book. This book was written by Heather McGhee. Heather McGhee. The Sum of Us. The Sum of Us. The economic impact of racism in the United States. How racism hurts everyone. This is an excellent. This is probably one of the best books I've read on economics and racism ever. She literally breaks down how the history of race, how whites have been programmed to think about economics in one way, and how blacks have been programmed to think about economics in another way. Blacks always feel like, she breaks it down in the beginning. Blacks always feel like they're left out when they need to get to. They're trying to get to equality. Blacks burnt on the treadmill of trying to get to. Whites have been programmed to think that if blacks come up, whites will lose. So whites have been programmed to think to protect what they have and get more. Protect what we have and get more. Protect what we, they don't think about that if we both come together, the United States could be a superpower where China couldn't even compete with us. We're not programmed like that. Whites are programmed to protect what they have, even though it's a lie. Blacks have been programmed to think that they're left out and spend the rest of your life, no matter how much money you get, you could be a multimillionaire, you will still be programmed to think that you're left out. Well, I'm worth 10 million. How come I can't be worth 100 million? The white man holding me out. Remember Kanye did that? Kanye was worth over what? $500 million when he made the statement, whites are holding us out. Holding you out of what, Kanye? Of being a billionaire. Why did he say that? That's just the first chapter. She talks about this in the first chapter. Dude, if y'all want to get a good one, I kid y'all not, bruh. The Sum of Us by Heather McGhee. Kid you not, man. She breaks it all down, how we all been, in other words, her point was we've all been played. The plutocrats, the aristocrats have played us all who are average whites, average blacks. We all got played. Oh yeah, shout out to the Raider fans. Yes, sir. Man, we got a good draft this year. Man, I'm so excited for the Raiders. Finally. I haven't been excited for the Raiders since the Raiders drafted Khalil Mack in the first round, and then came and got Derek Carr from Fresno State in the second round. And then the year after that, we picked up Josh Jacobs. That was the last time I was excited for the Raiders. Now our defense is looking good. Our offense is looking good. Yeah, we got a chance this year. Shout out to you guys. Okay, let's get back to the video.
An executive order cutting U.S. aid to South Africa, citing the expropriation law, which he says targets the whites in South Africa. In 2023, South Africa received $270 million in funding from the U.S. A large part of the funds went to healthcare. Official records show the white population in South Africa is 7.2% of the country's 63 million people, and they own over 70% of farmland. South Africa's expropriation law allows government to acquire privately owned land for public use. The landowner may be compensated or not, depending on purpose of acquisition. In his recent executive order, Trump said he would resettle Afrikaners who are victims of unjust racial discrimination in South Africa. Afrikaners are mostly white descendants of early Dutch and French settlers. The South African government, however, says Trump is amplifying misinformation. Under apartheid, 85% of South African land was reserved for whites, who formed 17% of the population at the time. A 78-year-old white pensioner in South Africa's Cape Town recently told Reuters news agency, "Our land has not been taken over by government. The people's lives are continuing normally. So what are we going to do in the U.S.?" AfriForum.
So a lot of them are like, man, I'm not going anywhere. I still got my land. Remember, they came out with the policy, but they never took the land. They said that earlier in the video. My man said, I'm not going to America just to be going to America. Okay, here we go. Remember when all those over 10 million people came to the United States over the last couple of years when President Biden was in office, right? Remember I was letting you guys know that most Colombians aren't going anywhere? Remember I was saying that? Most Colombians like Andrea who have their degrees, that got businesses, they ain't going nowhere. There are a lot of Colombian women y'all not going to convince to go to the United States. I think that's one of the reasons why sometimes we mess with impoverished women in other countries, because it's easier to convince an impoverished woman that's beautiful to go to the United States with you compared to a woman that's already got her own in these other countries, because they aren't going anywhere. Most people in their own countries, they are high. I think Americans fail to realize that not everybody wants to be in our country. And this is another proof with the white South African guy saying, listen, we still own 71% of all the farms. Why should we leave? Why should we leave? Nobody's taken our farms. Nobody's stolen our land. The government protects us to make sure nobody does this. So why should we leave? But Trump will lie to them. Let's continue on.
An Afrikaner group led by Kaylee Creel told Trump that its members would not take up his resettlement offer. Separately, the Solidarity Movement, which represents about 600,000 Afrikaner families and 2 million individuals, said, "We may disagree with the president's party, the African National Congress Party, ANC, but we love our country. Repatriation of Afrikaners as refugees is not a solution for us." Representatives of Orania, an Afrikaner-only town in South Africa, also rejected Trump's offer, saying Afrikaners do not want.
Now this is an all, we're going to look at some of this land. This is an all white town in South Africa. Security guards, fenced in, the whole thing. Do you think these people are going to leave an all white town? They still own the land around it. They still farm the land around it and make a profit. You think they're going to leave all white world? All white world. These are the people that want to have enough kids to bring apartheid back in the future. You think they're going to leave the future offspring of the future of apartheid to come to the United States?
To be refugees. We love and are committed to our homeland. The matter on land reform boiled over on X network on Sunday, February 9th, when billionaire Elon Musk, who was born in Pretoria to South African parents, said opposition politician Julius Malema of the Economic Freedom Fighters Party, EFF, should be sanctioned over past remarks targeting whites in South Africa. According to Tesla CEO Musk, Malema called for genocide against the white population in South Africa. Musk also leads the U.S. government's efficiency team, an advisory body tasked with identifying wastage in government. In response to Musk, Malema's party EFF said the billionaire's wealth has overwhelmed him and made him think of himself as supreme ruler of all nations in the world. Musk's net worth is $400 billion, making
Let that sink in.
him the world's richest person. EFF added that equality in South Africa is rooted in the return of land to African people. Meanwhile, South Africa says it will not be bullied by the US for making sovereign decisions.
So I made it to Orania. I don't know how many of you have heard about this town. It's a town within South Africa around the northern Cape of South Africa. And this is the town that, I mean, online it's very controversial because to the people online it's a whites only town, but after coming in here it's rather an Afrikaner only town. But why is it only Afrikaner though?
Orania is a effort to preserve our culture, our heritage, our religion, to create a space for us here in the Karoo. So we've built the town here We have created infrastructure here. We've done it all of our own money, using nothing from the government, getting no grants, no subsidies, not a cent from the government. So we are trying to build a place for our people to preserve our language and our culture.
Now, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about an all-white location in Africa? What do you guys think about that? I don't have a problem with it. I'm gonna say this again. I personally don't have a problem with it. Why? I lived in Indiana for over 10 years. You can't get more Amish than Indiana and Pennsylvania. There are all white locations with the Amish that are predominantly white. I don't know any black Amish people. I don't know any black Quakers, and they're everywhere. And then you got the racist towns, the sundown towns in Mississippi, Alabama, Carolinas, Oklahoma, Wyoming. These are all white towns. There are plenty of, anybody that's got a problem with all white towns need to look in the mirror, because you live in a country full of all white towns. We just don't like it because we haven't taken time out lately, just lately, to establish an all black town. Well, if we do, the government might come for us. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe things have changed. Or maybe not. Either way, the one thing that we can't say, I haven't seen any. There may be, but not enough to notice. Let's say that there are black Amish. It ain't that many to notice. It is not that many black Amish out there for us to sit back and say, hey, there's a lot of black Amishes around here. Yeah, the Mennonites. Yep, absolutely correct. Nice people too. Don't bother nobody. Yep, and they do excellent construction. Excellent construction. So that's why I say I have no problem with it, because being in Indiana and then, being in Pennsylvania for a while, that's all you saw. You saw horses and buggies at Walmart. You saw horses and buggies pulling up to McDonald's. I'm used to driving down the street and there's a horse and buggy in front of us that are just clopping along. They don't bother nobody. I'll tell you something else. A lot of times the Amish people that you speak to, they ain't really on that racist white boy thing. They really on the religious thing. You don't see Amish people trying to run for Congress. You ain't trying to see Amish people try to be, and they got money. Anybody that know anything about Amish people, bruh, they are not broke. They just ain't flashy. Amish people in the Mennonites, in the Quakers, in the Mormons, those people are not broke. They just are not flashy. And so all that trying to act like my race is better than your race, you don't see that among the Amish too much. But is it a predominantly white environment? Yeah. So to see this in South Africa is different. Yeah, they don't bother nobody, bro. They don't bother nobody. So for all you guys that don't live in an Amish state or a Mennonite state or a Quaker state or a state that it has a lot of Mormons, man, them the nicest people, bro. They don't mess with nobody. Them the white people. If you want, if you want to read a good book, everybody knows about who was it? Oh my goodness. Carter G. Woodson's book, The Miseducation of the Black Man. That's a very famous book. Carter G. Woodson's and you can find that on YouTube as well. Carter G. Woodson's Miseducation of the Black Man. The book that didn't become famous was the part 2, The Education of the Black Man. A lot of people don't realize how impactful during the Underground Railroad, as abolitionists, and as educators, the Quakers and the Amish were for black slaves, runaway slaves, and ex-slaves. If you want to read some good information on how the Amish looked out for black folk, read Carter G. Woodson's The Educate, not The Miseducation. That's the first book. That's where Lauryn Hill got the title of her album. The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill came from the title of the book, Miseducation of the Black Man. The other book is The Education of Black People. And he talks about in that, like I didn't know this, the term Quaker came from how they would worship. You know how in the black church we jump up and down and shout and all that? The Quakers were doing that. And so that's how they got like an earthquake. Like when we are in our black churches, how we dance and sing and shout and all that. They got the term Quakers from how they would express their celebration in religion. I didn't know this. Sunday school was actually on Saturday originally. I didn't know Sunday school was catered around teaching us about our religion, but also teaching us how to read during Saturday school, teaching us how to write during Saturday school. So it wasn't about just teaching us about Jesus. It was also teaching us how to be literate. This was the Quakers and the Amish. So when we ride by the Quakers and the Amish, dude, do realize these people had a great impact and put their lives on the line, put their religion on the line for us during slavery and post-slavery, during the Reformation age. He said, sometimes I go to the Amish market area and it's worth it. Oh, heck yeah. Their food, healthy. If it ain't no other healthy food in the United States, the Amish got it. For real. Shout out to my man Tevin King in the building. Tevin said this. He said, I may be watching a Wabi channel. Yeah, he's a good YouTuber, man. Since last year, and he had a great interviewer. Yeah, I talked to him in O'Shea 2 years ago. O'Shea called me, and the young man just wanted to be standing next to O'Shea. And so we got on the phone. We talked for a minute. He was like, Dre, when you coming down to Africa, man? I said, I don't know. He said, man, when you get down here, let me know. And so then that night, O'Shea asked me, Dre, what you doing? I said, I ain't doing nothing. You want to do an interview? And I was like, yeah. And so that's when O'Shea interviewed me 2 years ago for his channel. But I talked to him on the phone, and I talked to the young man on the phone. And he's got this young dude he's got to be going on 6-7 million subscribers. So let's continue on.
People say that Orania is real.
Here. That's who I spoke to on the phone.
Do you believe in that? Because I'm actually the only black man in here.
I don't think that's true. I think if you walk down the street, you will see that there are people coming into the shops from surrounding areas as well. So there's many people visiting Orania. Orania, if the question is Orania racist, the Orania idea, in my opinion, is not a racist idea. Will you find racists here? Like in every other place on earth, I'm sure you will. But the idea of preserving our culture is not a racist idea.
So you mean that everyone is allowed to visit, but only Afrikaners can live in here? That's what you mean?
The way I see it is only Afrikaners wants to live here, because what we're building here is a project for Afrikaners. It's for people who want to build. It's a freedom effort for Afrikaners. So people visit us from all over the world, but to embrace the struggles of Orania, to help build, to help contribute to something here is mostly, 100% Afrikaners doing that.
I want to say thank you. And yeah, thank you. Let me just continue from here. So, I mean, we just did a whole full video, and I believe that you all need to check it out. For me, it's a very sensitive topic and also a very controversial one. But one thing that I would say, I might not agree with whatever happens in here, but there's one thing that I believe that the entire continent of Africa needs to learn from. And listen, the link is in the description. Don't be mad yet. Go watch the video. And if you get mad, come back and let me know. All right? But if you don't get mad, also come back and let me know. go to YouTube and watch the full video. I'll see you all in the next one. And don't forget to like this video. It's very important. And can you press the share button so that other people can see it? Thank you. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Why can't a black person come here? It's not the right question. It's more a question like a marriage between two people. It's an exclusive affair. Doesn't mean you're against anyone else.
You are preserving your culture on a land that belongs to South Africans.
The land here we bought, we paid for it.
From who?
Well, at that stage we bought it from the previous owner, which was the government.
I don't think an African can leave Africa, go to Europe and say that we just bought this land and no one is allowed to come in.
We feel part of this continent, and maybe people don't agree, but I don't have another home. Obviously I know that I have European roots.
Yeah.
For 400 years my people have been here.
Yeah.
I love Africa. I don't want to live any place else. When I've been overseas, this is the only place that I feel at home. These men are part of our history. No nation's history is only good, but also no nation's history is only bad.
Would you agree with me if I say that this man performed a lot of atrocities in the past?
Obviously these are controversial figures, and I think that's why Orania is also a solution to a lot of the international conversation about monuments, because this is on private land, private funds, and it's our history.
I know it's your history, but at the end of the day, a lot of people were harmed in the process. You don't think if you are embracing this, you're definitely embracing apartheid?
Is it okay to celebrate Shaka Zulu leader? Do you know who that is?
I know who Shaka Zulu is.
He killed a lot of people. Is it fine to celebrate him?
That's a question for South Africans.
That is a question. This is a question for Oranians.
He was more like the architect for apartheid. I mean, we can never forget our history. But I mean, I feel like this being here, it's more like a sword in the eyes of the people of South Africa.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Do you believe that whatever you guys are practicing here is racism?
I do not believe that we are practicing racism. To tell you the truth, if the question is, are there racists in Orania? I can assure you there are. There are racists in every town in South Africa, and every country in the world you'll find racists. That is a fact. The Orania model is a model of cultural preservation. And that is not racist.
So if you check the coat of arms of South Africa, it said there is unity in diversity. What you are practicing in here is not unity in diversity.
I beg to differ. How can there be any diversity in South Africa if cultures are not allowed to be themselves? And what you're not going to get in Orania is people falling on their knees, continuously saying sorry for their history. A lot of people apologized on our behalf for everything.
Yo, I just came across a video of African, I think his name was Wodamaya. I think I may be butchering his name, but he went to the white-only part in South Africa, right? Did y'all know it's a white-only part in South Africa? If you didn't, go look it up. I'm not playing. How come when he asked him, do he think it's racist for it to be white-only? Right. Why did the guy respond with, that's like trying to come in between a marriage. You just can't do it. What do you mean? What do you mean, though? What? What? I am befuddled. White only is like coming in between a marriage? No, that's coming in between fucking racism. What is you talking about? I'm blown. I watched the entire video. But to see him dance around the questions and make it seem like that shit is fair? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You go look at the video. Go look at it's crazy, the entitlement. For you to stick a white only in a black ass country is crazy work.
Okay. How many times when we seen when we say something to our sisters, they don't take accountability? They look at us like we don't know what the hell we're talking about. How many times have we had conversations with young niggas in the hood and try to tell them there's a better way? And they tell us, this is our hood. You need to get up out of it. You can't tell us nothing. It's easy for us to look at it from the race perspective of somebody being blinded by their own perspective. Right? That white dude is seeing it the way that he was raised to see it. And we're scratching our heads like, so you don't see the truth. No, he doesn't see the truth. Just like when we sit back and we tell sisters, you're breaking up the black family. You've had over 22 million abortions. They'll have an excuse for that, won't they? 80% of divorces are by the sisters. They'll have an excuse for that, won't they? The fact that black men are going after certifications in trades and not necessarily automatically running to colleges, they think there's something detrimental about that, don't they? Same thing with the YNs, the young niggas. You cannot tell them that gangs are destructive. You cannot tell them that bragging on hip hop songs can have you end up in federal prison. You cannot tell YNs there's a better way of life without thinking that everything or everyone is against you. They actually believe that everybody is against them. They actually believe that being in gangs is the way of life. You can't convince them any other way. The reason why I brought that up is to just let you guys realize, at least just a little bit, that no matter what situation it is, sometimes when it's a massive group, people are going to believe what they want to believe. And you can't convince them otherwise. They're going to move the way that they want to move. And we can't convince them otherwise. You can make suggestions and hope that it works out. But once those cameras walked away, that's what you guys often hear me talk about when these cameras go off. Once that brother walked away with his cameras and no longer interviewed, those people were still thinking the way that they thought. Nothing changed. In 100 years from now, those white people in that white area will still be talking about once upon a time we ruled South Africa. They still have 70+% of the land, the farmland. Their town was not raggedy at all. So why should they change their minds? And black men getting certs and think, yes, sir, that make them digital nomads so they can run from the Times Square quiche. Y'all only got a couple. What y'all got? What? Y'all got about 40 more days of dealing with that time. That Times Square Keisha, that giant statue of the black woman in Times Square. It was only established to be there, and there's a black one in Italy too. Yeah, they got one of another black girl in Italy looking at her cell phone like, Negro, please. And on, I think it's June 17th. On June 17th, they will be taking down the statue of the black girl. Now, a lot of people don't know that the statue is limited time only. So when they take it down, watch the hell that breaks loose. So I'm giving you a heads up. They're going to be a lot of sisters all over TikTok. See, this was the white man, and they didn't want to see the white man. They only had planned on having it up there a limited time only, and then shipping it back to the guy's art museum in LA. He has an art museum of nothing but giant statues of black people. One was sent to Italy, another was sent to a park, and another was sent to Times Square. So on May 17th, watch what happens. Watch the hell that breaks loose. Y'all heard it here first. It's going to be funny. It's going to be funny. What hurts to admit is that our forefathers and foremothers made grave mistakes when they encountered outsiders for the first time in Africa and being so inviting, just like the Native Americans. take it down just in time to make us act stupid for Juneteenth. You see that? You see that? Watch. I'm gonna do videos on it. They gonna act a fool because a lot of people don't know that it was limited time only. And them sisters gonna lose their minds. If you want to do a good study on the continent of Africa, do a study on the economic benefits that Africa got because of slavery. Sad to say this, I'm not talking about the slavery part. We're talking about economics. Do a study on the benefits of Africa that Africa received because they got involved in the slave trade. We one of the things that we got to stop doing as Americans is this, and I mean this. It wasn't slave thievery. They did not steal us from Africa. We've been saying that mess for years. They didn't steal. We got to come to the conclusion that it was a trade. It was a business deal. We got to admit that many of our tribes went to war with other tribes, or we were kidnapped, just like they were kidnapping the indigenous here in South America. And they traded us after they kidnapped us, our own people. Larger tribes were hunting down smaller tribes and were economically benefiting from selling off prisoners of war or just kidnapping tribes and selling that whole little small village to white people. They did not steal us. So the reason why I bring that up is if you want to really study something about our forefathers, I studied this a few years ago. Study the economic benefits that Africa received during the years of the slave trade. A. B. Study the impact and the fall of Africa once slavery began to subside. It will amaze you to this day. There are African countries that are still trying to bounce back because slavery ended and they weren't getting any more economic benefits from selling us to the white man. Nobody wants to talk about that one. There is so much information out there about that one. There are countries to this day that still are not on track again because slavery ended, and therefore they got all the supply, in other words, but no demand. But nobody wants to touch that study. Nobody wants to touch the economic benefits that they received and the economic loss that Africans received once slavery ended. Nobody wants to do that study because we want to think of African as our heavenly home, the motherland. Nobody wants to study that. Nobody wants to see how Africa took years to get to where it is right now. And a lot of it was based on they just didn't bounce back after slavery. Many of the 54 countries of Africa just did not bounce back because they were not bringing in that income anymore like that. Here's the last one you might want to study. There are more slaves on the planet than any other time in human history. A lot of people don't realize that. There are more labor slaves, sex slaves, as well as other type of slavery or indentured servitude in the world than any other time in human history. Not even during the time period when whites were enslaving whites, even more than the time period when in Asia Minor, in the areas of Egypt, in Morocco, when they were building the pyramids, not even more slaves than that. Even more slaves than the slave trade of that we went through in North America, South America, and the Caribbeans. There are more slaves today as we speak on this planet. You better do your homework about slavery. We always talk about slavery of the past. Ain't no past. What you talking about? I was talking to somebody the other day. We were talking about slavery, and they were like, slavers are, back in the day. I'm like, back in the what day? Slavery is today. You also have the United States form of slavery, which is called incarceration. You are legally a slave in the United States. So anybody from a juvenile to the state, to the county jail, to the feds, all of it is a form of slavery. I don't know why y'all think that slavery is gone somewhere. It hasn't. It is strong and well, especially in the United States. I don't know why y'all think the United States does not have any slaves. Who told y'all that? The 13th Amendment told you that everybody that gets incarcerated is a slave. What makes you think that they aren't slaves in the United States? Who told you that? I'm serious. We're so focused on the history of our version of slavery, we fail to look at the modern version of slavery. You got a lot of sex slaves in the United States. I don't know why ain't no slaves in the United States. Y'all better do y'all homework, man, and stop acting like y'all study so much history nobody can tell you about today. I'm gonna say that again. You're so focused on the past that you're blinded to what's even happening right up under your nose today. United States got plenty of slaves. Y'all crazy. I was one of them. I was legally a slave under the 13th Amendment, according to the Constitution, for 10 years. What are you talking about? I didn't have any rights like y'all had. Basic human rights. That's it. All right. Yes, sir. El Salvador sending those prisoners over there. What y'all think they plan on doing with all those immigrants? They ain't shipping those people to El Salvador. They're going to ship some. They aren't shipping those people back home. They are going to use those people as slaves according to the 13th Amendment. And then they're going to put those people out to do all the cornfields in the United States, into the wineries of the United States, to all the butchers in like Tyson Foods, to chop up our foods in the United States, to pick our grapes in the United States. They're going to be indentured servants or slaves under the 13th Amendment. Them people, they ain't letting all them people go. They putting them people to work. That's why they building all these privatized prisons. Ain't no slavery in the United States. Shit. The hell it ain't. But I can't tell this to the average American. Why? Because the average American does not read and does not understand what's taking place globally. So why the hell would I talk to Americans about slavery in the United States and then sit back and actually have the audacity to say slavery is more slaves on the planet than any other time? I say this in the ear of the average American who don't know shit. I sound like I'm from planet Mars, dude. The longer I'm away from America, the more I know this. Andre, when it comes to Americans, shut the fuck up. I promise you. That's my number one. If I haven't taken anything away from being away from the United States, I've learned this. When it comes to my own people, Americans, to have a civil global conversation about anything, I can talk to you guys because you're travelers. That's the only reason I could talk to you guys. Americans? No, Poppy. No, I've learned that lesson. No, you do not talk about Americans about anything because we don't know shit about nothing. We swear we know stuff about the world. We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. I've learned. Shut your ass up, Dre. He said, also be careful in East Africa. He said other groups still snatching up. They snatching up people in Morocco, Madagascar to snatch your ass up. He said, if they think that you're some other group, yep, you may end up slaving in Yemen. That is so true. So true. Nobody wants to talk about that. Don't get locked up, fellas. Of course, prison is slavery. Legal slavery. Legal slavery. The 13th Amendment came about because they wanted to legalize, they want to have a legalized way to bring slavery back without bringing slavery back. So they started doing, for example, they started off with the sharecroppers. Remember, slavery ended. Master didn't have anybody to run the land. We didn't have any place to go. So what did Master say? Listen, I got all this land. I still got the cabin where you were raised in. I'll let you stay here, the cabin. You do everything. We'll split the business. Well, Master start robbing the former slaves. 13th Amendment gets passed. Boom. What happens? If you are a former slave and you are a sharecropper, you can get incarcerated. What did they do with the incarcerated individual who could not pay back his debts to his former slave master, now sharecropper partner? They put him in jail. How was he able to pay his debts? 13th Amendment says he's officially a slave, and they will put them back to work in the same field for the same dude that was his former master, who was supposed to be his so-called sharecropper partner. Now he has to work for free until that debt is paid off. Could be years, could be till death do you part. That's what the 13th Amendment was for. It was to bring in and capture as many people that owed debts to in the name of sharecropping. We say, I got snatched up in East Africa, traveling to another area I should have never been in. Y'all doing too much. He said, totally my fault. He said, I was released after the military confirmed my red card. What's the red card? Let us know what the red card is. He said, and job in a nearby city. Lesson learned. Y'all gonna learn to keep your asses out of spots you ain't got. I've been living in Colombia this long. Guess what? There are spots in Cali I ain't gonna never go to. Never. You'll never be able to say, well, you know, fellas, it was my fault. Yeah, America with X trafficking. Shh. East African baddies could have you in a bad day. Or bad rest for the rest of your life. For real, man. That's for real. Good points, gentlemen. Let's get back to the video. We're almost done.
I'm done. Imagine if the shoe was on the other foot. We took our black asses over to the Netherlands and said, hey, this is black only.
Wow.
Or if we took our black asses to Europe and said, hey, this is black only. You already know how that would crumble. You already know how that cookie would crumble. Nuke. You heard me. It won't be no more of that place anymore. But I just find it fucking mind-blowing that he sat in that entire interview, that entire video, and swear he was giving us the facts. Like, go watch the video. It's fucking crazy. For him to think, well, we bought this 400 years ago, and who you bought it from? Oh, well, that 400 years, that doesn't, what doesn't what? Excuse me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
When they arrived in Stellenbosch, Martin, Teresa and Marley moved into De Zolse Golf Estate, a high-security gated community with electric fences, CCTV and thermal cameras, 24-hour patrols and limited access.
She said to me, this is safe, safe, safe in this gated community.
Well, it's very easy to unite in dancing, but not to unite in sharing of wealth and property. That's why in South Africa, the whites have to create South African white-only town known as Orania. I hope I pronounce it well. Imagine, they can dance together, but they cannot live together in the same town.
He said they could dance together, but they can't live together.
They created a city for themselves, and black people are not allowed to live in that place. Only white people. Like, just imagine, like, black people in Europe create a town where white people are not allowed to live simply because they are white. Like the kind of thing we accept in Africa, especially in South Africa, like the kind of nonsense, like, is very insane. You can't even imagine it. The kind of fright, the kind of stupidity that we allow. It's such a shame, to be honest. Just look how they are enjoying the dance, you know. But when it comes to sharing of property, well, living in a town, no, that's where they draw the line. That's crazy.
White English South Africans and colony mentality. A lot of us have this subconsciously, where we know far more about and participate far more in the projects of England and America than we do South Africa. We know far more English and American politicians than we do South African ones. We know and follow far more English and American musicians and actors and comedians and sports teams and social stars and cultural moments and current affairs dramas involving England and America than we do South Africa. And the reason why I call it a colony mentality is that certainly stems from this kind of colonial mindset of we are in an outpost far away from the motherland, the mothership, but we still self-identify as part of that motherland, mothership project, and we still resonate with it and therefore want to be a part of it and participate in it. And I include America here because America has quite clearly become the center, the gravitational pull of the white English imaginary in the world. What that results in is a lot of white English South Africans not knowing much about South Africa beyond the boundaries of our middle to upper class white English language existences. We don't know about the most consequential, impactful politicians. We don't know about genuinely the biggest superstars in the country. We don't know about the most successful and significant musicians and actors who get the rest of South Africa talking and get their attention. What that means is a lot of us don't really participate in South Africa as a project, as a community. Now, obviously, it's complicated because South Africa is a construct of many, many different groups of people with different ethnicities and cultures and interests, and particularly with different languages. And so some might say in response to my idea that, oh, but if we don't speak Black South African languages, how are we supposed to engage? And to that I say, well, you just need to make a little bit more effort because English is ultimately the language in which most of celebrity and politics and business and power happens in this country. And frankly, we just need to prioritize and put in a little bit of effort, right? Like the way that we put effort into K-pop or Parasite, even if we don't understand Korean. The way we put effort into Alors on Danse, even though most of us don't speak French. And frankly, it's just not that difficult with modern technology, especially social media, which gives us literally endless, constant opportunities to encounter, appreciate, understand, and participate in what is going on in most of South Africa. South Africans are incredibly generous people who are always so willing to explain and teach so that more people can appreciate what is going on. Sobonane Matuneni is a fantastic example of that, this messed up taxis trend, where in so many videos, South Africans were explaining to people who could not understand the lyrics that it means we'll meet at the graveyard. And that allowed so many more people to understand the joke, the humor, the darkness of the humor in these videos. Deconstructing colony mentality is difficult. We've been programmed, socialized, raised in that way, in that mentality, but it is worth it because if we can deconstruct it, we will be able to engage in, understand, appreciate, and participate so much more in the fullness of this country.
All right, and that is the end of that video. While he was speaking, I was trying to look up any all black towns or predominantly black towns in predominantly white countries. There are none. There are predominantly black neighborhoods, but nowhere. United States historically has had 7 historically black towns that were established by blacks, but they don't exist the way that they used to. You had Glenderden, Maryland, Mount Bayo, Mississippi, Eatonville, Florida, Langston, Oklahoma, Bole, Oklahoma, Allensworth, California, Princeton, Pennsylvania, Princetonville, North Carolina, and Tuskegee, Alabama. Those are some of the historical black towns in the United States, but other areas are just areas. Like in London, the UK, they have a few black neighborhoods. Canada's got black neighborhoods. France, Netherlands, Germany, Portugal, Italy, Spain, they all have black neighborhoods, but none of these have a black town. So it is far-fetched. You say, I know about Langston, Oklahoma, and Allensworth. You say, I've been to both of them. Yes, those are historically black established towns. Chicago was too. Chicago was founded by black people too. No GI, no Gary's not in there. Shout out to GI. No Gary's not on there either. But they were just giving me a list of some of them, not all of them, but just some of them. Because my question was basically, are there any black towns that exist in predominantly white countries? No. There aren't any. All right, guys. As my brother was saying, Andre is getting sleepy. I've got class mañana. I'll be seeing Andre will be back Thursday. So you guys will be seeing Andre on Thursday. And let's get a great outro for you guys. Allensworth is just part of LA now. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Shout out to you guys. All the knowledge that you're sharing. Let's go here. Okay, here we go.